What's up? How's it going? What's going on? I'll probably be able to play for like 4 or 5 hours today. Oh yeah, I was getting sick the past couple of days. Something was not right.
Number 1 in the bikini bottom scavenger hunt, 3 years running. Thank you. Ow! I feel like a new sponge.
Thanks for the happy birthday. How's it going?
Number 1 in the bikini bottom scavenger hunt, 3 years running. Thank you. Ow!
Yeah, thanks. I slept a lot. I think I was getting sick or something, I don't know. Lately I've just been really tired and sleeping a lot. I don't know what's up with that. Yeah. Yeah, what's up? Hey. Yeah, I mean, I've just been having like a lot of like shoulder pain stuff. That's all kind of been coming out recently. Maybe. I think the fact that I've been letting myself sleep more lately has been... I think sometimes that, you know, like bring out some of it. No, definitely not. I'm fine. I don't need a diagnosis. I've just been tired. I'm just trying to see some progress in this game. That's all I've been really thinking about. I mean, I've been getting the subathon materials ready in the meantime, but yeah.
Sponge.
Yo, how's it going?
Get it!
Hey, how's it going? It's really just like compression, like too much stress now, like decompressing and yeah. That sort of thing.
You've just met the Sponginator. I'm ready, I'm ready, I'm ready. Coming at ya! You've just met the Sponginator.
Yeah, what's up?
Say hello to my little fellow friend. Hey, Mr. Hey, Mr.
Are you ready, kids?
Aye, aye, Captain!
I can't hear you.
Aye, aye, Captain!
Ooh.
Control, the launch to go.
Yeah, that wasn't good.
Control, the launch to go. Control, the launch to go. Hey, Mr.
Are you ready, kids?
Aye, aye, Captain!
I can't hear you.
Aye, aye, Captain!
Ooh.
Say hello to my little bubble friend. Control, the launch to go.
Man, you gotta fucking stop this.
Control, the launch to go.
Are you ready, kids?
Aye, aye, Captain!
I can't hear you.
Aye, aye, Captain!
Who lives in a pineapple under the sea?
SpongeBob SquarePants!
Absorbent and yellow and porous is he.
SpongeBob SquarePants!
If not, it's something you...
Control, the launch to go.
Are you ready, kids?
Good evening, man.
I can't hear you.
Aye, aye, Captain!
Say hello to my little bubble friend. Hey, Mr. Crab.
Are you ready, kids?
Aye, aye, Captain!
I can't hear you.
Aye, aye, Captain!
Say hello to my little bubble friend. Say hello to my little bubble friend. Say hello to my little bubble friend. Hey, Mr.
Are you ready, kids?
Aye, aye, Captain!
I can't hear you.
Aye, aye, Captain!
Control the launch to go. Cha-ching! Hey, Mr. Say hello to my little bubble friend. scavenger hunt, 3 years. Say hello to my little bubble friend.
The marmalade.
Are you ready, kids?
Aye, aye, Captain!
I can't hear you.
Aye, aye, Captain!
Say hello to my little bubble friend.
The marmalade.
Say hello to my little bubble friend.
How's it going?
Where are all the security?
Say hello to my little bubble friend. Yeah.
There you go. There you have it.
The marmalade.
Switch.
That was quick too. Did they find something in that shit? That's approaching like a 45, isn't it? Why is this being so stupid? I think a big reason why nobody's done it before is because of the attitude that a lot of the runners have in that game toward the shorter categories, where you just hear this a lot over the years, like, oh, 16 star is not a real category, and like 0 and 1 are stupid. Like, you normally see like 120 runners and 70 runners like play the same categories, and then like the short people would play the shorter stuff, but this is a unique scenario where the guy who plays the short categories ended up playing the longer categories. And he got good at those too, so I don't think this is the first time this could have happened. If like people like Cheese and Punkation like weren't like that way about like the shorter ones, but the fact that it is the first time, like, it's probably going to set precedent that more people are going to be trying to play all 5 instead of just 2 or 3. Yeah. I think that's a big reason why.
Are you ready, kids?
Yeah, I never understood that mentality of like, oh, well, these categories are, well, I guess, you know what, I kind of do the same thing. Where like, I mean, if I were playing that game, I'd only be playing 120 and 0. Because everything else in between is just made up. So I kind of get it, but yeah, I don't know, I guess he's just the first person who's good enough to get all of them, and also cared enough to get all of them as well. Because I mean, all I ever heard was just like shit talk from like Punkation and those guys. Like, I would never give a fuck about 16 star, like, it's an easy category, blah blah blah. Yeah. I think it could have happened earlier, but now the expectation is that you play all of them, which is, you know.
In order to...
Where are all the security?
And like, even when he was like getting into 120, they were like, oh yeah, it's a different beast, it's a different game. Like, it's the same fucking game, dude. Like, you know what I mean? It's like these like stigmas that existed in that community where there's just a big divide between the short categories and the long ones, I think is the reason why it took this long for somebody to do it. Like, clearly he doesn't care, he's just gonna play because he wants to play. Which is another thing too, is like, a lot of people in that game don't try to improve their times unless somebody's like beating their record, which like he doesn't care about either, so. I mean, what you're seeing is a guy who just likes to play the game. He just likes to optimize it, you know. That's the first time I've seen that in my time playing the game. No disrespect to anybody else, but a lot of it was just like the short category runners are kind of in their bubble, and the 120 and 70 runners are in their bubble too, and even those guys weren't really like trying to optimize the game. They kind of just wanted to get a record and just like sit on it as long as they could, you know. So, you know, this is the kind of attitude that's gonna like make these games like much harder to compete in. Like, eventually you're gonna see like when he gets those records down to the point where they're actually untouchable. I'm curious to see what happens next after that. Like, who's gonna still play the game, who's gonna stick around, who's gonna continue to take it seriously. Because that's the next step that happens to all these games, like, what happens when there's like a definitive best player and nobody wants to even try to touch him. Because then people are just gonna not play as much, you know. Yeah, 3 years ago it was much more about like content. Yeah. Exactly. Like those records are like far less content build now. Like he clearly cares about optimizing the game. Yeah. It's not about just like getting a record anymore. Just like the way that people would like talk about the game, like using phrases like naturally talented and like stuff like that. You could tell that like there was stuff being left on the table, you know. Like those guys weren't practicing as hard as a lot of people do in some of these other games. Definitely not. And it's like now you actually see this guy like literally labbing out these stars one by one for an entire year just to get into the game, right? Like the long-term gratification mindset is like literally what's needed to optimize any game. And now you're kind of seeing that happen already in that game. But yeah, I mean there are a lot of people who do the same thing for games that aren't 64, so like it's kind of surprising that it took that long for somebody to like really grind it out, you know. Like really dedicate and like commit to it. Yeah, good for him though. So turning a new page on that game's history for sure. I think the question is now, how much longer does the game have to live? Because you know he's gonna get there. Like nobody can touch his times. What happens then? Just as long as he decides to keep playing, you know. Could go through a sunshine thing where like people are burned out for like 2 or 3 years. You know. I mean, that's what Ndide did to Sunshine.
Yeah.
Destroyed the game for like a year. Stopped playing because of health issues, and like the game just died because nobody could touch his runs. What's up, Sad? Thanks for the resub. They can keep up though, they're just not like, they're not, you know, I mean I'm 28 and I'm still just as motivated as I was when I was 19, for example. Like you can get into the mindset that requires, you know, like that is required of you to like compete against times that are that competitive, you know, like that. If any game community can do it, it's that one. You have all these guys who make full-time living streaming, like they absolutely can do it if they want to. The idea that like people are just like too old to keep up is like, it's literally just like the game is competitive now. They have to actually like train hard to get up there, you know. It's always interesting like hearing like people's like takes on like that game, because as big of a community as it is, people are just kind of in a bubble over there, and I think you kind of saw that with the carpetless thing, where like it was kind of obvious that like a lot of older players weren't willing to upgrade their strats because they didn't want to like deal with resetting, which is like not the mentality that you can have Yeah, like playing differently just means you're doing old strats and you gotta upgrade. That's just what we do in every game that's not that. Like when a new strat gets found, new movement gets found, you know, like controller habits change. Like you gotta change the way you play to keep up. Like this idea that like they just can't keep up because they're like programmed differently is just so wrong about these games. I don't understand that. When you have a player like Mango who can play for 2 decades and still be one of the best players, like he can still win tournaments into his 30s. Like Mario 64 is not special in that regard. These guys can keep up if they want to, but they have to really want to. It's not a matter of like, oh, I'd like to be one of the best players. Like now you really do have to want to be one of the best players to actually compete against a guy who's going to spend a whole year and delay gratification just to master a run before he even does them. Like that's what's required now. And now like Nindide was doing it, but then he got injured again. Inkstar's getting into it now. There are going to be more players who are taking those steps, like building that foundation to like do what he did, and then we'll see, you know, how those things play out. But I have a feeling like what's going to happen is like a lot of these guys are too focused on getting better at the game and not building a stream, and they're going to hit a wall where like they realize that you can't just play the game for 10 hours a day into your late 20s unless you're financially already set up to do that, you know? Like I couldn't play this game as much as I play it if I weren't financially set up. Where like half of my income is investments and the other half is streaming, just like passively streaming while I'm doing this, you know? Exactly, like people just get comfortable losing time because they're benchmarked for competition. They're not trying to like milk every second out of the game. They're just trying to beat their friends, you know, like they're just trying to like get above their pals on the leaderboard. Which like that's like if it keeps the game going, fine, but like you're not gonna be able to just like freestyle rap while you're fucking speedrunning anymore and still get a world record. Like you just can't do that now. It's just a different game now. I'm telling you, man, there are a lot of fucking games out there, like Metroid Prime in this game, for example, where like we've been there for fucking years. We've been there for fucking years, but like again, like we have nobody to compete against as far as like there's no other shift, you know what I mean? So for years it's been like, do you want to keep playing the game? Okay, you gotta literally do everything and just continue getting faster, you know? It's like, that's where a lot of these smaller games have been for a long time, where we're just trying to push it as far as it could possibly go. And I really, again, like, take for example like Melee, right? People had no idea how like non-competitive that game was until Slippy came out and people could actually like learn the game. Because it was just the same 5 people competing in tournament bracket, and you wouldn't really get to play them unless you had gotten to their bracket seed. And you get to play them one time, that's all you get, you know? Like, these games are starting to become much less of a club and more of a, like, actually just trying to optimize them. And you're gonna see all different players and all different people who do or don't have the motivation to keep up. Yo, thanks, man. Nah, dude, even like 138 era, it was just content. Like, it doesn't really feel like, I don't remember the guy who first started grinding out the carpetless movement with the bob-omb shit, or whatever, like the BLJ with the bomb, the original carpetless setup. The day, yeah, no, Zio did it in single star. Somebody did the single star strat that Zio did in an actual run. Was it like Marlene or someone? I don't remember the name, but like it was a Japanese runner who did that, and everybody started freaking out. I think this is when the game was in like the 137 range. As soon as that happened, I'm like, all right, shit's about to get real. Like this is when like the entire list of people who were playing the game, like all the top runners, is about to completely change. I think it was Marlene or Parsi or something like that. But like, as soon as that happened and I saw people's attitudes, it's not even just like the skill level, because the skill level can get there. It's always about the attitude, man. the attitude from runners when that happened, and then when an easy setup got found, which is like, how the fuck was this not found earlier? Like, it's clear that nobody was looking into this because there was no reason to, because nobody was trying to do the single star strat. It's like, I've always just seen a lot of excuses around that community about like, here's the reason, here's a 10 bullet point like document on why we shouldn't be doing this strat in runs and why it'll never be done in runs. And then somebody does it and then it's like, oh shit, like now what? And now you have somebody who's willing to literally spend a whole year grinding out all these like single star strats and do them in runs. And it's like that's what you have to do to be good now. Because like now that he's done it, like there's no more pretending. Like you have to genuinely like master the game to get a run like that. And it's looking like 134 is gonna happen like soon. Like someone's gonna get that soon. And then 133 will probably happen over the next like few years. And that's that. Like it's just a different game now because there were so many strats being left on the table. It is what it is. I mean, it's a consistent game, man. Like, it's not like you're fucking chaining frame perfects together. You know, like the rollouts and stuff, but you just like A/B that shit. You know, it's pretty much bufferable. Like the game is just movement. If you get the movement down, you get the run. It's only a matter of time. Yeah, but like people should just be like, as soon as the trick gets found, people should be on that shit day one grinding it. And like you see that in other games, but like you just were never seeing it in that community until Suiji showed up. You know? Like that's just like where we're at now. Like that game has officially had its wake up call. Again, like no hate, like, you know, like speedrunning is hard no matter the game you're playing, but you just don't, like when people in that community say like Mario 64 is the hardest game, it's the most competitive game, like the attitude has never really reflected that until now. Like the lengths people are willing to go to master it, like it hasn't been like that until now. It only just now started getting like that because of these new players. At least like the way that I can see it, like, you know. I mean, like, take the double standard here, like, would any Mario runner say that Minecraft is the hardest game, or even close to one of the hardest games, or one of the most competitive games? Like, the attitude from that community is super duper chill. But just because it's like one of the biggest games, has one of the biggest leaderboards, people are like, oh yeah. You know which game actually gets overlooked like crazy is also Odyssey. Like, Tyrant has that game fucking, like, airtight, but nobody ever talks about that because it's not Mario 64. That game is fucking crazy optimized. That game is like, I mean, that game's also really consistent, but like it's also like the fact that it is consistent and they do have the times that low is fucking insane. That game has always been like fucking airtight too. Like, do you remember when like 1 hour happened and it was sitting there for a month and nobody could beat it, and then it eventually got beaten by like 1 second? That was fucking crazy, man. I think that Mario 64 is starting to enter that discussion now. Just something about that game, like, for a while, it was like... I mean, you can kind of see, like, you know... You can see, like, back in the day, it was just so much of, like... There was just like an attitude that some of these like Mario runners had toward like certain strats and certain categories, or it's like, I'm never gonna run 16 star because it's stupid, I'm never gonna do this strat because it's stupid. And then you have a guy who's like, I'm gonna run every category and do every strat and master all of them. And it's like, okay, now you just can't pretend anymore. Like, if you want to be one of the best players at this game, you have to genuinely do that shit, you know? And like, I really do think that like the bubble is being burst, because like most people outside of the 64 community will tell you the same thing. Like, for a while, like, you know, like these guys avoid strats and they don't really grind the game that hard, but like now, like, somebody is, and it's nice to see, because it is a good game, man. It's a really good speedrun, and it's nice seeing somebody like really like treat it that way, just like literally just fucking dedicating his life to the game. It's cool. I mean, obviously, like, the people who came before him had to build him up to the point where like these strats existed and these runs existed to build on, obviously. You know, credit where credit is due. But I don't think that the game would be where it is without this new generation of players willing to do stuff like that. Because yeah, people do get complacent. That's something that I've struggled with too, is like around 2020-ish, 2021, I was struggling with like, you know, like these strats, these new strats are just so much harder. And I don't know if I can do it, I don't know if I can upgrade, I don't know if I can like really like overcome these challenges, because I'm old and like, you know, like maybe my time has come, maybe I'm just like, I just can't do this stuff, you know. I think that so many people just like, that's where they give up and they just stop playing. And this goes back to the discussion, like people feel like oh, I can't do these star strats like he's doing now. They can do it. It takes a while to get out of the headset, like the programming that you're into, that tells you, you know, this is the way the game is played, when in reality it's just outdated, you know. But you can get into that mindset where you can learn any strat. I mean, like, who better than somebody who has the fundamentals of like a 10+ year player, you know? You can do it. It's just like, you know, who's willing to do it? Who's actually willing to do it? Because we're reaching the point where, like, these streams are going to become, like, fucking miserable, like, over the next, like, couple of years. It's going to become like this game, where you're just watching resets in the first 5 minutes for 6 straight hours. And, like, who's going to be willing to still stream that shit, you know? Everybody gets so caught up in, like, what game the most people are watching and what game the most people are playing, as in, like, how big the leaderboards are, but speedrunning's not competitive. You gotta look at individual cases. You know, when you have people like Tyron, myself, Inkstar, Suiji, like, we're all grinding these games, like, dedicating our lives to it, like, it doesn't really matter who's above and below. It's like a matter of, like, what the individual players are doing. And the strat hunters too, like what are the strat hunters looking for? Are they finding things that are like really pushing the skill level higher? Are the runners willing to do the things that are being found? Like how much they have that shit locked down? I'll tell you, man. Like, Inkstar is like literally willing to do any strat in that game. That game has like 0.2 second strats that are just like fucking RNG that he just goes for. There's like nothing left in that game to add, basically. And then there are runners like Tobo, who are like, the dude's been fucking, that's another case where it's like, Tobo has been running that game for like fucking 13 years, and he is still the first person to get a 112 in that game. Fucking insane, dude. Like, and nobody talks about that. You could make a genuine argument that Tobo is the greatest speedrunner of all time, but like, everybody's just so focused on like the one game that's like the most accessible, that's like this is the popular thing that people are watching and playing right now, but they're really just not focused on, like, there are so many arguments you can make for like Justin DM and like Tobo, that like these guys, like, they literally are fucking insane in what they do, and they get overlooked like crazy. It's a shame. And what's his name? Like Super Metroid, like Zox or whatever. Yeah, what's up? Inkstar is a fucking madman, dude. Like, as long as he goes back to that game, like, I think that 111 will happen within the next, like, 4 years. Like, he makes that game look so easy, dude. It's, like, insane how good he is at that game. But you know what I think is gonna happen, man, is like, let's say Suij, like, I think he's like 20, right? Like he's gonna get to the point where like he's gonna have to make a decision like how much he's gonna integrate speedrunning into his career, because like he has a career and he's got to capitalize on that. He's got to start mixing in the other shit if he wants to hold that stream, you know. There's gonna be a point where like he may not be playing the game anymore, and like nobody's gonna be able to touch those records unless they really want to like get into that same mindset that he's in. At that point, it's like, who's gonna still play the game if there are no more like what do we do when there are no more world records to react to, you know? Like, they're just gonna find a different game to react to and a different game to play. I'll bet like the next Mario game that comes out is gonna be like a real stress test to see like who's gonna come back to Mario 64, because I think that there are a lot of runners, like you mentioned, like the old school guys, so like if there's like an Odyssey 2, they might even just like pick that game and stick with it if they can't compete against those records and them. And like only then will speedrunning like have a chance to like look at and appreciate some of these other games. Or just like, it's just crazy to even say like Sunshine is now one of those games that's just like underappreciated for like how technical it is, because like 8 years ago it was even more popular than 64. I just hate this era of the internet in general, where like people are only watching and talking about one thing. Like there's no curiosity anymore. It's all just like eggs in one basket. The fact that like Ace happened in Mario Sunshine and nobody was talking about it for like a week is like fucking crazy, man. Well, you know what happened, man, is like GDQ is no longer like meritable. Like they don't like go out of their way to get the best runs in, you know. And like nobody takes pace seriously. I hate to say it, but nobody really takes pace that seriously. I try to tell people like you should bring your game to pace, and like nobody like sticks around to watch other games, man. I don't know. There's just like a whole, I don't know how to solve the problem. I'm trying to bring people together. Like I'm trying to like interact with like the Sunshine guys and like the Potter guys and like the communities where like I know the games well enough. Try and like keep people together who are playing different games. We're just too tribal right now. I mean, GDQ is what it is. It's not appealing to like the crowd that like Pace tries to appeal to it, but for some reason, like I think that if we didn't have pandemic, Pace would have been so much bigger. Because it really just got knocked down several pegs because of the pandemic, unfortunately.
Here we are in...
You think that speedrun? Oh, you're talking about GDQ. Oh. Yeah, all you can really do is just like make a new one, which is what Pace is basically. Just trying to take a new spin on GDQ. But yeah, I mean, this is exactly what my prediction was like 5 years ago. I made this prediction that speedrunning is approaching the point where like you are going to have to dedicate your life to these games to be one of the best players at them. And like, once you've made your choice, you've made your choice. And like, that's the game that you're going to be like dedicating your life to. That's the future of these games, basically. And like, we'll see, man, like, even having the ability to dedicate your life to a game, like an instrument that you play for like 30 plus years, like, this is what you're going to be seeing. And I think that like, especially when Mario, which is now rapidly approaching the point where like, there are going to be so few people who are even willing to get to the point where Tsuiji is now for these runs. Like, you're going to see a dynamic shift where like the guys who are the best players are no longer the big streamers, and the big streamers just reacting to them for content, which is already kind of happening. It's already happening, and like it's gonna get to the point where like there isn't enough content to react to because the records take too long to get, and they're gonna have to find a different game if that's how they want to like do it, you know. I mean, nothing but respect for getting the game started, but like, I think a lot of these guys who are running these more popular games that are much more straightforward are gonna have to make some tough decisions soon.
Here we are in.
Yeah, the harder a game gets, the less popular it becomes. People don't like playing hard games. Period. I mean, like, look at, like, Melee. Like, Melee is not as popular as it used to be, either. Melee had that bump from Slippy, and it's still struggling to get as many tournament attendees as it used to get back in the day, like 10 years ago. There's just, like, a disconnect from, like, the revenue, like, the livelihood ability of, like, these old games and, like, how much effort you have to put into them. Every game dies eventually, but yeah. That's what I'm talking about. Like, singularity is like, and when that happens, the viewers are gonna get burned out from watching the game too. It's exactly what happened with this game. Except with this game, it was kind of always obvious, like, you know, there is only one player who's capable of getting these times. But it seemed like for many years, people were kind of like they thought that it was possible for somebody to, like, do it, but I don't know. There was always, like, 2019, there'd be somebody who, like, get into the game, they get really good really fast, and people would be like, oh, look at this guy, like, he's gonna beat SHiFT someday, and they didn't. And I think that, like, after a while, people just kind of, like, realize, like, it's not happening. And, like inherently, like, I can't really control what the viewers think. I think this is just such a programmed thing because of, like, Summoning Salt and, like, the people who make videos on speedruns who don't actually speedrun themselves, which, like, I mean, like, let's be honest, like, Salt doesn't really speedrun. He plays like an auto-scroller, like a 10-minute punching auto-scroller, right? That's not, like, really speedrunning. That's not, like, the same thing as what we're doing here. Salt's perspective is going to be a lot different than somebody who actually, like, plays these games. And, like, all his viewers, like, see it that way because he sees it that way. And then, according to, like, even Zem's video about, like, how Battle for Bikini Bottom is, like, a dying game. Like, he published that in the same year that the game had, like, 90 seconds of shit getting found, you know what I mean? It's like a lot of this, like, old head attitude of speedrunning is like, if the game doesn't have somebody fighting for world record, it's dead. Which, like, you can't have that attitude for speedrunning going into the new era because, like, you're going to have games like this one. And now Mario 64 is becoming one of those games where, like, you literally are going to only have one person who's capable of beating these times, and you gotta accept it, you know? I'm just surprised this game became one of the biggest speedruns while that was still happening. Like, it's either people who really thought that somebody was gonna actually, like, beat my times, or they just didn't care and they were just here for the love of the game, which I think it's the latter, personally. I think this game as, like, a social experiment with speedrunning is very overlooked. Like, how popular a game can get without having world record competition. It's literally just a mindset. People just, like, they can't wrap their heads around, like, somebody competing against themselves. Exactly. Somebody shoots up to, like, 2nd or 3rd place and people overhype it and they're like, oh yeah, like, somebody's gonna, like, beat the top guy. And then they don't, and then it's like, it's just, like, back and forth, you know, like, 2nd place gets an improvement. It's like, do you think this guy's gonna beat your record? And it's like, how many fucking times have I heard that? And then, you know. There's like a new 2nd place guy, a new 3rd place guy. Do you think this person's gonna beat your times? It's like, I wasn't thinking about that then, and I wasn't thinking about it now. Like, I wouldn't be improving if I didn't have, like, the drive to improve, you know? If your drive to improve just, like, waiting for somebody to beat your runs, just to give you permission to improving it. I mean, like, how much faster do you think that Mario 64 would have reached the point where it is now if they were, like, a Suigi 10 years ago? There just wasn't. You know? I don't think it's going to take long for people to realize, like, there are people just like that for a lot of other games that have been doing exactly what he does for the last, like, several years or longer. And, I don't know, the discourse around that game is just so annoying to me because, like, I mean, like, Suigi obviously deserves the praise he gets for what he's doing with the game. But just the fucking, like, attitude that some people have are, like, no other game matters, and like this is the only game, and like it's just like that shit's just like the reason why speedrunning is dying. And yeah, those people are gonna have to like wake up at some point. They only have one flavor, like their palate is so limited, like all they want to do is watch that one game, when there are so many interesting games out there that are arguably more interesting than that one as well. And there are so many games that are irrefutably more difficult as well, that people just overlook too. That's the reason why speedrunning is dying though. Well, it has to be about personal improvement. Now you have a guy who's doing it in the most popular game historically. And he's proving that it's for personal improvement as well, so... I mean, just like, look at how much better he is than anybody else who's played the game. Like, that's what you get when you're trying to, like, max out. Yeah, pretty much. He's making the game look easy, pretty much. He's just so much better than anybody else who's played it. It's kind of crazy. I don't know, what do you think happens next? Do you think people rise up? Do you think people try to, like, play a different game? Or, like... where do we go from here, you know? I think it'd be really good for the speedrunning community if a lot of these guys tried different games for a bit. And kind of expanded their perspective, like, oh, look, there are other games, and they're also just as difficult, they're equally as challenging, you know? I mean, anybody I've talked to who has ran Sunshine and 64 competitively at the same time, they've all unanimously said that Sunshine's the harder game. And I can't speak on that because, you know, I've never ran either of those games at that level, but I trust Dide and Ouija in their judgment that, like, Sunshine is just a fucking brutal-ass game to speedrun. And this is also like years ago, but and it's just ones and zeros. Like, you know, like there are so many games that have that kind of potential that people just overlook. That game is fucking crazy, dude. Yeah, simply is just doing the content. Yeah, you can't get good at a game with only 12 hours. You can't get good at a game with 1,000 hours, let alone 12. I mean, simply is just basically doing content at this point. I like that he tried to come back to the game for a little bit, but like, yeah, it's obvious that like, if you want to stay big, you can't do what Suiji's doing and just like practice for a year. The viewers aren't gonna watch that. Yeah, tell me about it, man. I've been trying to balance it for the last 9 years. Yo, Tark, thanks for the raid. I mean, I didn't even do my subathon over the summer because I wanted to get better at the game. How many speedrunners do you think would turn down like 60 grand to just speedrun the same game for like 2 months? Right? Do you know a lot of speedrunners who'd be willing to turn down 60 fucking grand just to improve a run by like 30 seconds? Which is a fucking shit ton, but like, I have a feeling that 99.9% of people would just take the 60 grand and then take an extra like 5 months to get that good again. That's my impression. But it was a decision that paid off for me at least, because in September I'd fucking destroyed this shit. I mean, nobody expected a 4103 to happen in September, you know? Now I'm ready to just fucking get this 40. This game is so fucking hard, dude. Like, I get out of it by like... It's at the point where I take like a day off and I feel like I can't even fucking play the game anymore. Like, these tricks just don't work. I mean, everything in this game only works on like 1/60th of a second now. Like, literally 1/60th of a second. If you just miss it, you lose your run. It happens like 20 times. You want to talk about games that are overlooked? This is a game that people purposefully overlook because they're too afraid to play it. It's fucking, it's that game. Everybody who knows this game knows what this game is as a speedrun. Like, they know. You know? It feels like it should have happened by now. I mean, look at what happened in October. We had a trip in the end of September. We had a week to de-rust, then the Patrick Star game for a week, then another week to de-rust, then the controller broke, so I had to break that in. Then we had another trip, and then I had something else going on, and now like we're here trying to build back up. Yeah, this game in the speedrunning community is known for being one of the hardest, if not the hardest game to speedrun. And like we talked about singularity, right? Like this is another reason why like I think that the tides are gonna really turn over the next like 5 years. If the most popular games are reaching the point where they can't be optimized anymore, or they can't be optimized without dedicating yourself to it like I do, like for this game for example, and like the way that Tyron does for his game. When we reach that point, speedrunning in general is going to become much more close-knit and small compared to like other communities, and only then people are going to be forced to kind of like look outside their box. When like every game is getting the same number of viewers basically, because there's only a small percentage of people who still want to watch speedruns at that point. Like the community is going to size down quite a bit. And only then people are going to be able to like look beyond their comfort zone and see there are other games that people have been doing the same thing in for years. But it's going to get to the point where like switching from one game to another is going to take like 5 years to actually get to that same level again. Like minimum 5 years of playing every single day. And as time goes on, it's just going to get longer. That's the direction speedrunning is going in. Just a series of people who have mastered these games, but they'll never stop playing, so the bar keeps getting higher. I'm ready to. Hopefully I can keep my stream around. The control stick. It's like SMB, but if you had a 3-minute delay before every run. You're talking about this game? Well, just so we're clear, 60 FPS one frame in a 2D game where you're moving in one direction the whole time is very different than a 60 FPS one frame in a game with console lag, XYZ dimensions, you know, different scenarios where you have to actually hit them, like you're reacting to your scenario to know when the frame is coming. No, that's not at all the same. Just because something is frame perfect doesn't mean it's the same level of difficulty. Like cruise boosting is frame perfect, but a UCB is also frame perfect, but it's like 30 times harder. You know? But yeah, I mean, very different game. Also, this game is 40 minutes long, yeah. I mean, I think that Metroid Prime might be up there too, but I still think that this game and Sunshine are two of the hardest games to speedrun. And nothing really comes close to those two as far as like... Maybe like Half-Life is up there too. I just don't really know too much about Half-Life or Metroid Prime, but I do know that like anybody who knows shit about like Metroid Prime knows that Justin DM is a fucking monster, and he's like insane at that game. So it's worth consideration. Well, Source, people have like decades of experience playing that engine, so it's gonna transfer to you. Yeah, people just have no idea how hard these games can get when you like look at like what the rest of the speedrunning community is doing. And like I'm aware of that because I'm on the outside of like these more popular games these days. I was in the cool kids club like 6 or 7 years ago, but now that I'm like more in the loop, I just want to make sure this game is always progressing because I see the rate at which these other games are progressing, and I want to make sure this game is progressing faster and getting harder and getting more skillful. That's kind of been my whole ethos for the last like several years, is like, even when I first started playing, I'm like, if you just push this game as hard as you can for like 10 years, it's going to get to the point where it's unignorable. Like, people are going to have to acknowledge, like, what this game is as a speedrun. Because for the SpongeBob thing, like, people are going to always shit on it and talk shit and, like, try to, like, overlook it and undermine it. But there will come a point where it's just unignorable. And people are going to have to appreciate it someday. Because at some point it'll just be so ridiculous they can't ignore it anymore. And someday, like, those are the only speedruns that are gonna stick around, as the ones that people have, like, truly spent like 20,000 plus hours on them. Because nobody else is gonna be willing to speedrun. Well, like, it's not even like people are outwardly saying. People just, like, think it in their heads, like, they just, like, think to themselves that it's, like, less worthy of being taken seriously for no reason. Like, it's just programmed into them, you know? It's just programmed. Like, even if they know it's, like, not the right thing to think, they still think it just because it's programmed. Like, the only way to break that programming is if people, like, truly see something that's, like, 30 times more impressive than any other speedrun they've seen in their lives, you know? That's the only way. You gotta work 10 times harder for 1/10 of the recognition. That's the mentality that I've had for the last 8 years. You gotta work 10 times harder for 1/10 of the recognition. Even my own fans, like when I was appealing to the lowest common denominator, like, a lot of those people fell off because they didn't take the game seriously. They didn't view it as like a real challenge. They never really appreciated it, so they get confused as to why I'm silent when I'm practicing and doing runs, and, like, I'm locked in, and it's like he's not smiling and goofing around anymore. It's like, yeah, the game's no fucking joke. Yeah, it's like exactly pretty much that. I mean, the fact that people are here watching this and talking about other games like that one is, like, it goes to show that, like, things are getting better. You know, this community is not, like, as isolated as it was back in the day. Because, like, while this community was really big, it was still kind of isolated, but it doesn't feel like that much anymore. A lot of other runners. I mean, like, if you ask any of the top runners of any of the other speed runs, like, they'll tell you what the deal with this game is, but, like, a lot of the viewers just don't, like, they don't know about it. But, like, I'm telling you, there are so many other games that are similar, where it's like, people overlook it, but it's fucking insane. A lot of people just don't know what it's like to run a game like this, yeah. Playing games where there are tricks that just, like, barely work, and you just gotta deal with it. Like SBA, you know, you do that shit for like 5 years, it's still the same as it was 5 years ago. It still barely works. Yeah, I kind of got one on a tangent there. Needed to practice more. Yeah, speedrunning is doomed to fail because it is a catch-22 situation where, like, every game will reach the point where it's the starving artist mentality to improve. That's the only way these games are gonna get optimized, like truly optimized, because they'll get optimized as far as the viewers will permit you to do it, because you don't get paid for how good you are, you only get paid for how popular you are. And there are things that factor into popularity, like how good you are at the game, but that'll only take you so far. The only way that people are going to get to the point where, like, these games can't be improved anymore, like genuinely, like, see them as far as they can go, is that they're financially set for life and they're dedicating their life to the game. That's it. Like, that's the only way it's gonna happen. And most people are not willing to sacrifice their lives to a game like this, so... That's just the ultimatum. Is like... you will get older and have more responsibilities. People aren't gonna want to watch resets. They're not gonna want to watch resets if you have to focus your entire fucking energy on playing and not talking, you know. That's the problem with speedrunning. Well, it sounds negative, but like it's true. Like it's a catch-22 situation. Where the faster the game gets, the less profitable it is, and the more effort it takes. So. I don't think it's a coincidence that, like, the guy who's this good at Mario is, like, also a super young guy as well. Like, time will tell if he's able to continue doing this into his late 20s. But a lot of those guys who are at the point where they're like my age, like 28, 29, 30, they've had to make a decision where, like, they literally can't justify playing the game like that anymore because speedrunning isn't profitable. The entertainment that you can build around speedrunning can be profitable, but the better you get, the less entertaining you can be. Just, you know, eventually it's gonna get to that point. Every game gets to that point. You can't, like, freestyle while you're collecting stars anymore. You gotta lock in. Do you think that attitude that came from that game when it was like that is, like... I think that's the reason why you get comments like that in your chat? Like, why aren't you talking to me? Like the entitlement of, like, please talk to me. I want attention. Because, like, all the runners who run their stream that way, they are just, like, slowly transitioning to, like, content and not speedrunning. And they're doing it for a reason, you know. This isn't meant to, like, insult people. I'm just pointing out the theory that, like, speedrunning will eventually be the point where you can only improve if you're a starving artist. That's the only way you can improve in some of these games after a certain point. mean, does that not make it an art? Like, look at the way people like choreograph like a dance. Like, it's like dancing. Dancing is a technical skill and also an art. You're basically doing a dance for 40 straight minutes. Yeah, so it begs the question, like, how invested are these communities actually in their games? Which is one of the struggles I've had to go through over the years, is like, thinking that my audience was invested in the game when they're really just invested in my personality. And trying to like get people invested in the game so I can continue playing it, which is the exact opposite of how a lot of other communities are. Like, I imagine, like, Suigi, when he starts, like, trying to build a stream off of, like, the attention he's getting, is, like, people are going to, at first, be apprehensive to watch his other stuff because they're too invested in the game and not invested in him. And, like, you'd think that, like, because the guy is, like, so exceptionally good at the game, like, they would show up in droves to watch, but, like, Cheese has talked about having the exact same issue. Like, somebody as iconic as him in that game still struggles to get people to actually watch because they're so much more invested in the game than they are watching the player. Like, I hate to say it, but a lot of it's just like they're invested in seeing somebody get the record as opposed to like seeing their favorite player get the record. A lot of them are just bandwagoning to like whoever is like the best player. And like, I think that a lot of people who've been streaming that game for a long time would agree with that. Yeah, it's where once you have the bandwagon, it's whatever you choose to do with it. So I think that Suigi has to do something now. Like, the second he got that 5 out of 5, he should be playing a different game just to, like, see who sticks around. And I feel that shit, man. Like, as soon as I get a record, I just want to go back and do another attempt and beat it again. I'm the same way, but you know, when you're newer to streaming and like you're just first starting to get your attention that you finally deserve, right? It's a different ball game. You got to get yourself set up so that way you can do that, you know. Because I get like somebody like him has like all these years ahead of him where he does have like realistically like 5 more years of like being like an adolescent to be able to like dedicate his life to these games, but there will come a point where if he's not set up fully, like the responsibilities way down and you can't properly put the time into the game anymore. And that's the kind of shit that I'm trying to fight against now. Like, I think I'm doing a good job balancing this game with my life right now, but going into my 30s, I have enough money to be able to support myself, but I can't support like more than myself. So that's the next challenge that I gotta figure out. How am I gonna play this game in my 30s? Like, how am I gonna mix it in with my life, you know? Like if I just like stick the course with what I'm doing, I'm never gonna run out of money for myself, but supporting like 2, 3, 4 other people, which is what I want to get ready to do over the next 5 to 10 years, that's very different. Yeah, because those viewers are fucking shitters, man. And I talk to this with Cheese all the time, is like, he sees it too, he knows how it is with Mario viewers. They're all hype beasts, they're not even like passionate about speedrunning, they're just like, Mario is the thing to watch, you know? They don't even like care about the game, they just want to see like a gladiator like win, you know? That's like basically how they see it. There's no like actual passion that these viewers have for the game. And I think that these guys who are coming up now, who are taking the spots of the top players, have to figure that out. Like, how can they get people more passionate about the game and the players and the community, as opposed to just like who's winning in the gladiator ring. Well, yeah, because I acknowledge that like someday this is not going to be the most important thing to me. Like, I have the foresight to know that when I'm 37 years old, it's going to be different. My priorities will be different. And like, figuring out how I can keep this game improving while my priorities change is really the next big challenge. Yeah, that too. Now that's another... These documentaries on this game are going to be crazy, man. Because it's going to, like, all the things that you're bringing up, like, more responsibilities, physically getting older and more tired, like, these are all things that, like, I've dealt with over the years, and I've... Like, the commitment that I have to making this work is, like... I mean, like, I've literally I've eaten the same 5 things every day for the last 11 months, basically. Well, I like adjusted it, but I stick to like a strict list of things that I'm allowed to eat, just to like keep my body feeling like I'm in like my early 20s, basically. Like, not waking up with arthritis and shit like that. Like, exercising and all that shit that I have to do. If I weren't experiencing any, like, decline, would I be, like, motivated to, like work out and shit like that? Probably not. Like, I'm secure enough with myself to not feel the need to, like, work out for my own, like, self-image, you know what I mean? Like, I'm literally just doing it so I can not decay. You know, I don't want to decay and, like, get worse at the things that I, like, live to do. That's really the premise of it all. So, like, everything that I do, I'd probably be, like way less, I'd probably look a lot older, too, if I weren't playing this game at this point. Like, it's just, like, vitality here. Like, trying to stay vital to keep playing the game. I mean, at one point I felt better than I did in my teen years. I probably still do now. I had like all these like weird illnesses and stuff when I was a teen. Because of the food that I was eating and the way that I was treating myself and shit. The clarity when you cut out the processed foods and stuff and time your meals properly is just like really big. No longer an ego thing. What do you mean, like culturally? Well, gym culture is absolutely an ego thing. Not enough people work out because they want to preserve their body, like the body they've been given. They care about preserving it into their 30s and 40s. Like most people are doing it to get pussy. They're not like actually like trying to like take care of themselves. But they're willing to eat like fucking. They're willing to down like 30 Big Macs a day to bulk just so they can look better. But they're just destroying their bodies and their livers and, you know, losing their hair and shit. You know, like that's like the kind of shit that's just like. That's not sustainable. You're just doing it to fucking get pussy. Yeah, steroids. I didn't even think about that. Yeah, it's a necessity. Like, I mean, sure, it makes you feel good about yourself. Like, it like activates those like receptors that make you feel good about yourself. But like, I personally wouldn't be motivated to do it if it weren't like the very real threat of like decaying. You know. Swear to everything people look over other than biological benefits. Well, I mean, you gotta have inner beauty to have outer beauty. There's definitely some, you know, there's credence to that. Like if you're eating better, you're gonna have better skin. I don't know, you glow up not trying to glow up. Yeah, that shit catches up to you, man. I see a lot of discourse about, like, think what you want about the RFK stuff, but like, he's at least starting a discussion that people are like starting to debate about these things. And like, while I don't agree with him on most things that he says, I do think that the whole thing with the processed foods and unnecessary additives to stuff is like, avoiding stuff like that has drastically changed my energy and focus, regardless of whether you're getting the same calories. Like this discourse about like, it's not about the processed things, it's about the calories and the number of calories, like, no. Like that's only one dimension of it. Obviously you're going to become overweight if you eat too many calories, but that's not what we're talking about though. There are plenty of people who are skinny and also sick. There's an epidemic of that, of just like general just illness and mental health. It's not just being overweight. There's more to it than just the overweightness of it. And I've been saying this for fucking years. Have I not been saying this for the last 3 years? I've been preaching this for the last 3 years. You gotta cut out the processed foods and the processed sugar. These like health gurus who are coming out of the woodwork now because of like RFK being like involved in like Trump's cabinet or whatnot. Like these people don't know what they're fucking talking about, saying that like you could have like sugar calories from processed sugar versus like natural sugar and get the same. Like no, they're not the same at all. Processed sugar is like one of the most inflammatory things you can eat. And like you wonder why like these Melee players have all these wrist issues when they eat like Bojangles and like Jack in the Box at all their major tournaments. Like I wonder why. I wonder why they struggle to keep energy through a 12-hour day. Have all these wrist issues. I mean like, nobody wants to sacrifice the food though, because the food just makes them feel good when they eat it. They don't even know why it makes them feel good, they're just addicted to it. Processed food is like one of the most fucking cancerous things that we allow people to eat. And I'm a lived experience, like that's changed my life just cooking for myself and only eating like single ingredient foods with no processed garbage and seed oils and stuff, like I literally feel younger. I'm pretty sure I look younger too, since I started making these changes. Like, look, 3 years ago during the pandemic, I looked sickly, you know? Yeah, overweight and unhealthy, like, overweight is one possible symptom of being unhealthy. It's not the telltale sign, though. A lot of skinnier people are unhealthier than, like, people who are, like, slightly overweight. If you can't gain weight, like, there's something wrong with you, you know?
I can't hear you.
If you're trying to lose weight, a calorie is a calorie, but if you're trying to stay healthy, there are definitely different kinds of calories. Like, you're putting, like, diesel in a car that doesn't take diesel. You'll get where you need to go, but it's not efficient.
Yeah.
It's amazing how suddenly people care about health now because it's, like, been politicized, by the way. Just goes to show how fucking tribal our society is, where people are just only willing to, like, debate things if they have to prove they're with or against the current thing. It's like it took this long. Thanks, Krusty, for the 48 months. Like, he's already making America healthy again just by getting people to fucking have these conversations. He doesn't have to do anything. Honestly, I kind of prefer him not to do anything, let's be real. It's like some of the stuff he talks about is a little sketchy, but people suddenly care because their political tribe forces them to care. They're just so cooked, man. We are cooked as a civilization.
The graveyard.
Bubble friend.
Nothing will get you treating yourself better like reaching an ultimatum for something that you love doing. This is the reason why athletes are just in good shape, because they have to be. You can't just be like fucking staying up till 5 AM and drinking soda if you got a game in the morning, you know? Sports will teach you that very quickly. You can't just do that shit.
Are you ready, kids? I can't hear
Well, the rest of the world is heading there faster than we are, at least, like, you know, it's hard to tell what's going on inside of China and Russia, obviously, but Europe is not doing very well. We could have done better coming out of the pandemic, but we still did better than most countries, you know. I did well these past 4 years, personally. My money is worth less, but like, yeah. That's a good start, man. It's a good start. I'm just preparing for speedrun singularity, man, like we were talking about earlier. There's going to come a point where, like, it's gonna circle back to the way it was in the beginning. Like, being a speedrun world record holder is going to be the craziest thing in the world, like, 5 to 10 years from now, because, like, nobody's going to even be able to, like, come close to keeping up with that shit. Like, if you truly are, like, a god at your game, it's not going to be realistic to even get there, ever. Speedrunning is going to loop back to being a niche thing, and, you know, who knows, maybe with it getting that optimized, some of these guys, like myself, are going to have more time to make videos about this shit, and, you know, who knows what'll happen, but it's like the late stage of speedrunning is rapidly approaching. I mean, like, look at just, like, the SpongeBob community in general, like, do you see how fast we optimize these games now? Like, when a new SpongeBob game comes out, that shit's, like, literally solved in, like, 3 days now. It's fucking insane, like how good this community is at finding strats. And then getting good at them. Like literally takes like 3 days to solve a game. Rehydrated was solved in -1 days. Cosmic Shake was solved in like 2 days. Patrick Star is just a matter of routing, it's not linear, but like... George, thanks for the 47 months. Thanks for the good luck. Yeah, these games are rapidly reaching that point.
Are you ready, kids?
Aye, aye, Captain!
I can't hear.
I feel like I only did well because I grew up, not because too many things changed for me. Well, the stock market is like... Stock market is carrying me, but my money's also worth less. My lifestyle might also be more expensive now. I don't eat out anymore, and I don't buy like useless things, but I spend a lot of money on like vitamins and like quality food, you know. So I don't know, like maybe I'm like just as expensive. Oh, come on, dude. Oh yeah, like every game is like, I'm telling you, man, it's just a matter of how fast these games are progressing. It's always just a matter of how fast the games are moving. Because you'll have somebody who like pushes a game really fucking far and they stop playing, and 5 years later the game's in the same spot. That's really cool. And those videos will be updated in the next like year and a half. Yeah, those videos are gonna be crazy. There's so much to discuss with speedrunning in this game and the community and streaming and all that. So much knowledge. It's basically gonna be a biography, like an autobiography. You mean this game? It was discoverable. I wouldn't be here if it hadn't been at some point, you know.
Are you ready, kids?
Aye, aye, Captain!
I can't hear you.
Aye, aye, Captain!
I'm really losing focus.
The graveyard.
It's interesting. Well, there's a reason why we have that. Because people can post like phishing links and shit like that.
Oh, say hello to my little...
Yeah, no chat should allow somebody to be able to post links just off the cuff like
Are you
that.
ready, kids? I can't hear you.
Yeah, I don't even know like how Bitcoin mining works. I really don't even know, but yeah, as long as people aren't clicking links here.
The graveyard.
Bitcoin is like You gotta be like smart enough to invest in it, but not stupid enough. Like, there's like a sweet spot for like IQ to actually buy Bitcoin. Like smart enough to like think it's gonna work, but stupid enough to also think it's gonna work. It just doesn't really like. I mean, I guess like people feel safe now because Trump is a president, but it's like, I don't know. I think if you were gonna invest in it, you would have had to know that Trump was gonna win, and also be willing to buy crypto. It's like the only way. You would have had to know he was gonna win like 2 years ago, and it was like 17K or some shit.
Are you ready, kids?
Aye, aye, Captain!
I can't hear you.
Aye, aye, Captain!
Yeah, I don't even understand. Like what the mining process even is. Like what it even fucking does. With the little time that I have today, I don't even like I'm not focused enough. What are you doing, man? These have been fun conversations, but I just don't even like. This is exactly what I'm saying. Like, I just spent the last hour talking, and now I have, like, no time to even practice anymore. I, like, hardly even practiced anything over the last hour.
Hello to my little bubble friend.
Are you ready, kids?
Aye, aye, Captain!
I can't hear you.
Aye, aye, Captain!
The graveyard.
Come on.
Ahoy! Say hello to my little friend.
Are you ready, kids?
Aye, aye, Captain!
I can hear you.
Well, now that you're here, no problem.
The graveyard.
Say hello to my little friend.
This game is just gonna age better every single year that passes. It's like the best investment. And the strats just keep getting crazier, the gameplay keeps getting better. The game still looks good, it's never gonna look bad at this point. It's a timeless game. I guarantee you it has another renaissance over the next like 5 years. Especially when I drop the history videos in 2026. Yeah, it's still the best game.
Are you ready, kids?
Aye, aye, Captain!
I can hear you.
Aye, aye, Captain!
People just forgot about it because they never fully appreciated it when they became aware of it. Imagine if the game looked
The
like this
graveyard.
8 years ago. So many people just aren't even aware of what this is anymore. They just don't even know like what we're doing in the game now. They haven't watched since I fucking had the hat on my head. Fuck.
Are you ready, kids?
Yeah, we're not doing the hat anymore.
I can hear you.
Hats are annoying and they're hot and gross and they feel weird. I don't like hats.
The graveyard.
I didn't even like wearing them when I wore them. No, I'm good.
Are you ready, kids?
Aye, aye, Captain!
I can hear you.
Aye, aye, Captain!
No, it's not really that. Just I don't like wearing them. Thank you, Pink, for the Twitch Prime. Welcome.
The graveyard.
Random hats on stream would be funny. Yeah, because I'm just really so focused on being funny these days. Let me just wear a hat for fucking 10 hours when I'm grinding this game. That'd be so funny. You know how annoying it is to wear a hat for 10 straight hours? Like, I can't just turn off the stream and come back like you guys can. You know, I didn't even initially wear the hat.
Are you ready, kids? I can't hear you.
My original streams in early 2017, like with the webcam, when I started using the webcam in 2017, I didn't even wear the hat. The hat didn't come about until like halfway through that year.
Graveyard.
Was I wearing a hat at GDQ on the first GDQ that I did? No, of course not. All the playthroughs we did at the beginning of the year. The skill ceiling in this game is ridiculous. Like, there's never going to be a time where I'm not playing, I don't think. There's always going to be something to improve.
Are you ready, kids? I can't hear you.
I don't know, how lucky am I to have grown up with the game this good for speedrunning, for it to have it, like, mean something to me personally, and also just be the best speedrun in my opinion, like, aside from the fact that I actually grew up with it. You know? Like, how lucky am I to have that, like, personal attachment to something that is just objectively that good. Like, all these kids these days, like, they didn't grow up with these games, they're just seeing them for the first time as a speedrun, but they didn't actually, like, play them when they were kids, you know. I can't even predict what I'll be doing in 3 years, man. Because, like, these will remain some of the best speedruns of all time, and people will still probably be trying to speedrun them even, like, 10 years from now or so, but, like, it's not going to mean the same thing to people who didn't grow up with it. It's fortunate in that regard. Like, what a time to be alive. I was born at the perfect time. Are you serious? Oh, to a single game. But I've speedrun other games, though. I mean, like, it's not like I've only speedrun this game. I've speedrun like 6 games, just I don't play them, you know.
The graveyard.
I know how to speedrun like 5 other games. But yeah, I guess I don't, like, spend a lot of time on them, sure. Yeah, I'm just saying that, like, I actually grew up with it. So, like, not only is it the best speedrun, I also had the opportunity to, like, build a personal attachment to it, like, at a very young age, which just drives me to play it even more than I already am. Like, even if there were a better game, I still wouldn't be as attached to it as this one. It's just the perfect storm. Perfect storm of, like, personal attachment, quality of the run, quality of the game. I'd be stupid to ever stop playing this shit, man. also playing like shit.
Say hello to my little bubble friend.
Yeah, like seriously grinding a different game. Yeah. And like, they're certainly not playing it for the entire time. Like, I've never taken a break from this game, not voluntarily at least. The longest voluntary break I've taken from the game. Well, I've never stopped playing because I got burned out. I've only stopped playing because I had something else going on. So I guess I never ever have taken a voluntary break from it. Because I like feel like doing something else. There's never been a moment in these past 9 years where I've been like,
Are you ready, kids?
yeah, I need something else to do because I'm bored or like burned out. Like, that's never happened. It's always been like injury or like a new game comes out and I'm obligated to play it. Like a subathon. Like, those are the only 3 times I've ever had to stop. Yeah, there's another thanks for the 7 months, man. Loading HDD. Like how to do it. If you go to my tutorial, like how to beat it in under 1 hour, go to the description, there's a link to a video that explains how to do it. Hope that helps.
Are you ready, kids?
How do you prevent burnout? I mean, I've never really thought about it. I've always had a goal in mind, and I know I can do it. I recognize, you know, it's not going to be easy.
The graveyard.
It's only going to get harder. I never expect more than I can realistically do. Wow, I think that was a robbery. It's pretty... I didn't even think that could happen on this side. I wish I didn't fucking suck, man.
Are you ready, kids? I can't hear you.
No, I've never felt that way. I've always felt like there's something more I can do. I know that I picked the right game. I know that I picked the right game, so...
The graveyard.
It's never a question which direction to go. The results will speak for themselves. It's whatever, you know what I mean. Like I said, 5-10 years from now, when speedrunning is like a niche thing again, or like not a lot of people are doing it, but people who are still doing it are just fucking insane at their games. Like, it'll be obvious. It'll be obvious which games are the best. Who's still speedrunning what, which games are still getting played. This will be one of them. Unless something happens to me, God forbid. Thanks for the good luck. Oh yeah, well I mean... Suigi is being smart, trying to gain an audience and capitalize on the attention he's getting. It's exactly what I talked to him about at Summit. Trihex and I talking to Swede and Ouija about like what to do when you get attention like that.
The graveyard.
Yeah, I mean, that's just the correct take, is like... When I first picked up this game, it was literally the perfect storm where I'm like way better at this than I've ever been at anything, just like naturally speaking. Like I picked up the game, I knew that I had like a natural affinity for it, I had the motivation to build on that, and I also had like the ability to like articulate myself and entertain people, so I'm like, okay, I bet I can make this game popular, and I can also like push it to like places where like nobody could ever imagine possible. And did I imagine like I'd be playing like 10 years from that point? Probably not, literally. I think I was looking like 5 years out from that point, because once I hit 5 years I started to hit a wall and I was questioning myself and all that stuff, but... I don't know, man, like one thing leads to another, and here you are. Almost 9 years in, still doing it. I mean, it's a very different game than it was when I first started playing it. Definitely not the same game at all.
Say hello to my little bubble friend. Say hello to my little bubble.
Very different game.
Are you ready, kids?
Aye, aye, Captain!
I can't hear you.
Aye, aye, Captain!
The graveyard.
Say hello to my little bubble friend.
I just think that like people are going to separate themselves over the next 10 years. There's going to be a clear set of games that are the games to speedrun and the best speedrunners to ever do it. And there's not going to be a debate over like who's the greatest speedrunner of all time, because nobody's talking like that for like athletics, you know. Who's the greatest athlete of all time? No, there are goats of like individual sports, and like that's the way speedrunning is going to be in the 2030s. There are going to be a set number of games that people have mastered for over a decade or 2 decades, and those are going to be the most competitive games, the most optimized games, and there will be goats of those specific sports. That's how speedrunning is going to be in like 10 years. It's a matter of which games stick around. It's not a matter of like who the greatest speedrunner of all time is. That's not even going to be a debate that's had 10 years from now. Those kinds of debates are just like, you have the privilege of, you know, like not being aware. Yeah, the only people who are saying stuff like that are people who are only invested in one game, exactly. It's literally just going to be goats of individual sports. Just like that, you know. It's like all these games are going to be like arguably just as hard as one another with all different skills that they're testing. I'll do it again.
Are you ready, kids?
Aye, aye, Captain!
I can't hear you.
Aye, aye, Captain!
The graveyard.
Because the greatest speedrunner of all time would have to be like the greatest of all time at like all the different games that are all testing different skills. But my point is that like it's going to narrow down to like maybe like 5 games that people are still doing in the far future, where like it'll be obvious like who the best players are at the most respected games. Kind of like the way it was back in the day. Back when it was just like OT, 64, and the Wind Waker, and like, I don't know. Metroid Prime has been around for a really long time as well.
Are you ready, kids?
Aye,
Yeah, everybody has a very defined skill set. If you're gonna say it's anybody, I don't think it can be anybody who's like part of the camp of like knowledge-based runs like Minecraft and Pokemon, because like as respectable as they are, they're just memorization tests, like knowing what to do in certain situations. Like when there are games that require you to do the same thing, but with also like technical skill. Like technical skill can't be learned for some people. Like you just don't have the dexterity to be able to do stuff like that sometimes. It has to be a game that's testing skill and not knowledge. The more knowledge tilted a game is, the less it can be argued as like one of the hardest speedruns. Like it can only be games that test skill. If there even is going to be a debate, you know. Okay, we recovered it. I think it's obvious which games are among the hardest. Like clearly, like if you compare like apples to apples, like compare this game compared to other 3D platformers, like what's a harder game? The Cosmic Shake, where like the world record is like the same length as this, but they're playing like 12 seconds off Summer Best, versus this, where it's like getting within 2 minutes of Summer Best is like ridiculous and like barely possible, you know, realistically. It's like you can compare apples to apples in some cases. Like you compare this to 70 star, like obviously this game is 10 times harder compared to 70 star, right? Can you compare it to 120 star? Not really. Like totally different skill set there. It's like a very long run, long endurance run. You probably work through it in your head, like, but obviously everybody's gonna have their own personal experiences that lead them to whatever conclusion they get to. Yeah. 70 star is definitely, I agree with 70 star not being a very difficult run compared to like Sunshine, this, Odyssey. Like those 3 are definitely tougher than 70 star, but 120 at like 134 level or lower is going to be totally different than like the way things are, you know. I mean like Swedes just got that record, he just started doing runs basically, you know. When that starts to get lower, it's gonna be more obvious like how hard that game really is. When they gotta start doing single star strats in 120. He's making the game interesting again though, because like for a long time, I was really only invested in like single star runners for that game for a while. You would never really see that kind of stuff in full game runs until now. Using strategies that are just like they're not guaranteed to work when you do them. Like it's like just dying from like messing up movement, like normal movement is just not going to be something you can do anymore. Like choking, you know. That's how I feel with this game these days, is like I literally can't choke, but you mess up a 1 frame, and that's it. Like, you just can't do anything about it once you mess up the 1 frame. Like, can you really say you choked a 1/60th of a second input when you were confident that you were gonna get it and you just didn't get the 1 frame? Like, it's kind of hard to call that a choke. Like, you just didn't get it, you know? Like, we're not, like, messing up easy things when we're at that point. Like, how often do you really see me not clutch after we get past this shit? It doesn't really happen that often. Unless we have, like, 1 second to spare and you miss another cruise boost, which is frame perfect. It's like... You don't really see chokes in this game anymore at that level. It's just, like, did the 1 frames work? Did the game lag the right way? It's like always the way it is now. Yeah, it's like 3 minutes, something like that. Yeah, I mean, like, the way that I am, like, if, like, for example, if I ran that game, I'd only run 0 and 120, just because everything in between is just, like, made up. That's just the way that I am, personally, which is a big reason why that game's not very, like, what's the word, enticing to me, because it's just, like, very bare bones. You basically just have 2 options before you start making shit up, you know? And then your 0-star run can become a 1-star run, you know, if you just don't get the right clip. I don't know, like, I've thought about, like, what the second pick would be if I had to stop playing this game for some reason. Obviously, like, I don't think that'll ever happen. Like, as long as I'm speedrunning, it'll be this game, but... I can't think of anything that I'd rather run than this, or, like... even like would be a good second pick. Like, I think I'd just not even speedrun if it weren't for this game. I don't know what I would do. There's just nothing that scratches the itch like this one. I know, like, most of these games at this point. Like, I've seen them speedrun. Yeah, but it's still any percent though. Like OOT, I wouldn't be doing like defeat Ganon or something like that, you know. I'd be doing. I feel like the appeal is that like Ace is like, you know. Like, your game has Ace and you're not gonna run with it. That's just the way that I see it. Like, it's just cool. Like, why wouldn't you do that? Obviously, you wouldn't really get too much mileage out of it because the game's only 3 minutes long. But like, I like it, dude. I think the route's pretty sick. Like the hub shines that you get are pretty sick. I mean, it's like 17 minutes. You only play like 12 of it because of the cutscene skipping. We're talking about like where speedrunning is going, and that like. Now, like, even Mario 64 isn't even safe from, like, every speedrun is eventually just gonna be one person who's just, like, definitively better than everybody else, and, like, as speedrunning starts to become niche again because people don't want to watch resets and, like, there's no, like, world record competition, so to speak. Like, there are only gonna be, like, a handful of games that are still speedrun by people who've been playing for, like, 20+ years. That's where I see this shit going, is, like, there's gonna be, like, 1 or 2 figureheads around like games that are still played in the 2030s. It's probably gonna go back to the way that it was back in the day, where you're just like watching like a select few like perceived superhumans playing these games that like nobody else can keep up with anymore. Because like there's gonna reach a point where you can't find anything, and at that point, whatever the record is what the record is. No? Dude, you're a fucking legend, though. I think you'd be killing it. I mean, you're younger than I am, too. You have more time. Like, you for sure have more time than I have. I mean, there are only like a couple of people. Like, it's like you and Ndide, I think. Those are the only two I think could possibly get a 111 someday if it actually is possible. I can't see anybody else getting it. And of course there's 120, like who's gonna do that, you know? Like, I still think that game will be around, like people will still speedrun that game in 2030. That's the way it's gonna be, man. Like every game is gonna be like that, like regardless of how popular it is. There's just gonna be one player that's better than everybody. That's where we're headed with speedrunning. Exactly. That's like, for these games, it's a little bit different because people just shuffle the leaderboards all the time. Yeah. I've never cared much for anything but any percent, 100% in this game, personally. But yeah, that game has always been like the same runs forever. Like, I don't know why, like, all level spatulas is still on the leaderboard for this game, and, like, Robopad RTA is questionable as well. But I do know that, like, any percent, 100% will always be there. Is that a joke? You don't even beat the game. It's like literally there so beginner players can just play it. Yeah, I mean like any percent with him without ace and also 120. Yeah. Is 120 a true 100% or is it just 120? Like, are you required to do everything to get 120 shines? I think the fact that you get the postcard at the end kind of says, like, you know, you'd probably also call it 100% if you wanted to. Yeah, it's 100%. Like, I could even see the leaderboard someday being like any percent ace, any percent no ace, and 100%. And just like the other categories are just like moved off or like miscellaneous or something. I've always viewed it as like they're trying to be like Mario 64 and have like the different like options to like play, but I mean the reason why 64 has 16 stars is because like nobody wants to do 0 star, and like even if you do 0 star, like it could still be a 1-star run, you know. So like that's the reason. And then 70 stars, like obviously, like, just no BLJ in general. I think it makes sense for them because their game can be beaten in like 1 minute, but yeah. That's the reason why it took so long for somebody to actually get 5 out of 5 in that game. Like, it could have been done years ago, but like this is a unique case where like the short category guys like being told by all these like elitists like you couldn't do 120, and he just wants to prove them wrong. So like back in the day, if you had the 120 record and like 70, like there were like multiple times throughout history where people had both 120 and 70, but if they tried to do the other categories, like they would never try because they were just like, oh, these aren't real runs, you know. There's like an elitist attitude about it, but here comes this guy who doesn't care about what people are saying, and he's just gonna play all the runs because he likes all of them, and he gets 5 out of 5. Well, you know that Cheese and Punkation never cared about doing 16 or 1 or 0, you know, they never would run it. Which, like, I always never really understood that, like, I guess like back in the day I used to be the same way. I kind of run everything, but these days I definitely care much more about just this and kind of 100, so I kind of get it. But I don't know, like, I guess I kind of do the same thing where like I do feel like certain categories are just made up and don't really matter that much. Yeah, I mean, could have absolutely been done years ago if people weren't being elitist about it, though, that's for sure. He's just the first to do it. Does he still wants to keep improving the game though, right? Like, he's not done. If he stops playing, like, it's probably not beyond the point of no return where people can still catch up to him, but like, if he pushes that 120 record to like a low 134, that game's probably gonna go into a dark age, man. Like when Nindide stopped playing Sunshine. It'll be years before people will catch up. I'm getting into talking too much again.
Hello to my little bubble friend. Hello to my little bubble friend.
Yeah, I hope he takes the time to grow his stream and, you know, do what he has to do. Nice, that was really good. Sick. Yeah, 1760. I mean, that community is such a hive mind that they only see it from their perspective, where like all 5 categories are like fully like valid, but like outside of that community, like they just have like quirky names. But any percent's just fucked up, and 120 is like still not that optimized. That's the way that like people outside of that community view it. Well, yeah, I mean, that's just like, I don't know. I don't really believe in endurance categories. I think that every run requires endurance after a certain point. It's just different. Like with 120, you're spending more time in the actual runs than practicing and resetting. But like, you see really fast, like the more optimized these games get, you just spend more time resetting, and they really just weigh down on you a lot. There's difficulty that comes with running short stuff too, for sure. But maybe to a certain extent. Like a 3-minute category is obviously like, you know, yeah, Ouija probably could, yeah. Ouija just needs to, like, be more motivated and, like, spend more time on the game. I know he's struggled with, like, motivation issues and shit like that, but he could probably do it, yeah. And I think that more people are going to be doing it in the future now that like one person has like set the standard for it. Because like I'm not trying to discredit anything, but I do feel that this 5 out of 5 thing would have been done years ago if people actually like cared to do it. Like I know that Cheese could have done it. I know that Puncation could have done it back when the game was less optimized and whatnot. You know, I think that the what makes Suiji's run so impressive is that he has such optimized times in like the shorter categories, and he still has like a solid run in the long one. Like I still think that like unless he focuses on 120, he's not gonna have that for like super long, but the fact that like he has like 3 quality records and he's had them for so long that like he could afford an entire year to like stop playing and practice and get good at 120. I think that's what makes his run impressive. Not the fact that he has 5 out of 5, but like the circumstances that he was able to do it, because his 3 records in the short ones were so good that like he could still get decent times in the longer ones and still get the 5, you know. But yeah, compared to 120, I mean, it took him like 2 days to get 70, right? Like it's just so much easier than 120. Like, I think it was obvious when he got the 120 record by that much he was gonna get it. Also, it had been like a year since he ran that. Yeah, exactly. Like without the 100 coins, like all the, you know, make one mistake and you lose like a minute. Yeah, people are gonna be glazing him like crazy for the next year. all the reactors are gonna be making all this money off of his run and like reacting to it and just monetizing it. You know, all the people who are, yeah, exactly, all these people who don't play the game are gonna be making so much money off of this guy. I hope he does what he can to build an audience at least, because I just hate where the internet is right now. Like nobody, like, people get credit for the stuff they do, but they can't make a living off of it because everybody else is making a living off of their own accomplishments. It's another reason why I wish people would make their own history videos instead of waiting for some guy to do it for them, because, you know, why wouldn't you want to tell your story? You should want to tell your own story. You spent the thousands of hours getting there. It's better for the game, it's better for your channel, it's better for the community. There's no downside. And like learning how to edit at an intermediate level is really not difficult. And most of these guys are streamers anyway, so they know how to talk as well. More people should be comfortable with making their own videos on their own games. But you know, that's just my take from the SpongeBob guy. What do I know? I just play a game made for kids, unlike anybody else in the speedrunning community. I don't understand why people like literally like Salt's whole thing is like going to communities and like they all research for him and like tell him what to put in these videos. Like he's not doing 100% of the work when it comes to the research. And they're kind of just like, yeah, like, just please make a video on us. But like, the research that they put into like keeping track of all this stuff, they could make their own videos just as easily, you know? Just people are just like too afraid to just like start. Like, it's not like Salt's videos are anything special. He's just popular for doing it for the longest, and he can like talk about these games at surface level. But these like the real magical shit comes from people who are like really passionate about these topics and can go into them in like insane detail, like concisely. Like his channel is probably fine for like a general overview, but like you're really just getting the surface of all this stuff. You just like talks about like the records and like basic strats that got found. And there's so much more to these games than just that. That's honestly really boring. Yeah, but nobody's curious anymore though. And if they wanted to learn more, they still wouldn't have anywhere to go because people just want other people to make videos for them. I don't know, it's like... It's just the ecosystem that's fucked up. It's not like one person or one group or one runner. Like it's just the whole dynamic of just like I said earlier with Swede, right? You're gonna have like 5 people like reacting to his run and like monetizing it. Like the day after, you know? Like tomorrow, like every fucking Mario runner who like took the game seriously at some point is gonna make a video talking about this 5 out of 5, and they're gonna just monetize it like crazy, even though they weren't the ones who did it. That's just like what they do, you know. That's just the ecosystem. You can also say like more people are gonna watch him because of all this exposure that he's getting, but like, I don't know, he's like it's still not making a living, man. The views can only get you so much. Like you can't make a living off of viewers. You gotta get people to subscribe to your channel and like stay engaged. Come back. At least with the Mario channels, they're talking about the same game and the same people are like freely moving from channel to channel. But I've talked to Cheese about this and he agrees that like Mario viewers like have a very hard time getting attached to any of the runners. They don't really care. They just want to see the record. They don't really care about the runners, which I think there's something to speak on there as far as like the ecosystem that I'm talking about, where it's just all like reacting and like not a lot of like, I don't know how to explain it, but the games that have like 1 or 2 people like leading everybody and making their own videos and like shit like that, they tend to have a stronger community that's like more interested in like the runners and like what they're specifically doing with the game. Because like if I stopped playing this game tomorrow, there'd be a small fraction of people who would still watch it for somebody else playing it. But at the same time, there are people who want to specifically watch this game for what I'm doing with it personally. But with Mario, it feels like nobody really cares who's doing it as long as it's being done. There's not as big of investment in the personalities that are doing it. Yeah, I like that Swede's just like trying to like play other games and like keep people interested in him personally. Because that's what you gotta do. I hit a wall in 2017 and I realized like getting sub hour and being on GDQ is like, it's just not enough, you know. You gotta show more sides of your personality. Even these days, like if I go a period of time without playing other games, people just get burned out watching. It's easier to spend more time playing the game these days because of how established I am. But it's not like I can just like fully abandon that stuff, even still. And I'd certainly like, I mean like my viewership potential is so much higher than what it is when I'm speedrunning this game. Like I'm honestly like, if you're just a clout chaser and you're looking at me from the outside, you'd be like, wow, this guy fell off. He's only averaging like 200 viewers when he's doing runs now. He used to have hundreds more when he used to do this thing, and it's like, yeah, well, guess what? Back then the game was fresh, and I was younger, and my audience was younger. It's like, what do you want? You know? But there's a big difference between like what a good view count is for somebody who's been streaming for 2 years versus somebody who's been streaming for 8 years. Because most people don't stick around and stream for 8+ years. Most people are just like, and if they are, they're not doing the same thing they were doing when they first started because their audience got bored of it. Like, being able to do the same thing and still average decent numbers is fucking crazy. But yeah, people are just fucking clout chasers. They don't understand how Twitch works. It's like, yeah, let's see you have no competition in your speedrun that, like, nobody was fucking taking seriously before you did it. And keep that shit going for 9 years, like, full-time career, making good money doing it. Let's see how you would handle that. Not to mention the difficulty of actually even speedrunning the game without giving up or getting burned out of it. It's apples to oranges a lot of the time. I mean, this one strat that I'm practicing right now is, like, harder than the entire game, like, as a whole was, like, 3 years ago. Like, that's where we're at now.
Are you ready, kids?
Aye, aye, Captain!
I can't hear you!
Aye, aye, Captain!
1,000? I mean, it was 1,000 within 10 minutes of starting my stream, maybe. Those streams were averaging 2,000 to 3,000 viewers every day. But none of those people fucking cared about the game. They were just there because, like, it's like Mario. It was just the thing to watch at the time. Just clout chasing. Everybody's talking about this, I have to watch it. They weren't around because they were actually interested. They were just there because it was the thing to watch. And look at how fast they left as soon as I stopped doing it, like... Yeah, they never cared. They were just there because the game was new. Those people we were never gonna win over. I'd rather, like, would you rather have 200 viewers who actually care about what you're doing or 1,000 who don't? That's the real question. It's all about growing your core audience. That's all that matters on this website. That's all that matters.
Hello!
And growing your core audience is a lot harder than just, like, chasing the current thing, but, like, if you're focused on chasing the current thing and doing whatever's popular, you have a much harder time telling what your core audience is. Who's gonna really be around for you when you stop doing the current thing? And then is it even your stream anymore? Like, do you even own your stream at that point? So then you lose your core audience if you stray too far from what you want to do, you know?
And here we are, folks, the main event. A gauntlet of ever-increasing ferocity. It looks like SpongeBob has an opportunity here. Dose. Will SpongeBob be able to neutralize the giant robot's brain?
I mean, discoverability is hard here, but I think growing your core audience here is much more doable than it is on other platforms where you don't have the interactive tools that Twitch has. If you're gonna do what I'm doing, this is the best place to do it, but if you want to get big fast, like, Twitch is probably not the best place then. But
That's the ticket.
yeah, I mean, It all depends on how much you want to put on an act for.
Has an opening, but will he get the drop on the robot? Yikes!
I think every streamer eventually reaches the point where they just stop caring about like what's popular. And then when you stop doing what's popular, your core audience sticks around. You get a better idea of like who's actually there for you. Because a lot of these big guys, they would not be able to fill a room with their fans. They're just big because they're like popular at the moment. There are streamers who've been averaging like 2,000 viewers consistently for the last 10 years, and like those are the ones who probably have the biggest fan bases on this website. Like, you know that 5 years from now they'll still be able to fill an auditorium like in person.
What an opening for a guy literally filled with openings.
I can't stand the fucking like comparison where it's like, if you have 20 viewers, you're filling a classroom. Like, no, you're not. Like, to actually fill a classroom requires people to actually go out to that classroom and sit in it. Like, to actually get like 10 people to show up to an event to see you, you gotta have a massive fan base to get people to fucking travel that far to watch your runs in person. When it's not the convenience of like opening an app and like clicking on somebody's shit, you know? It's not even lazy, dude. Like, to get somebody to spend hundreds of dollars to fly across the country to see your run in person, it's just different. I mean, like at pace, like you don't, compared to like the Minecraft crew, the people who show up to watch the Minecraft guys in person, like we have just as many people show up to watch this run, and they're like louder and more excited. Like clearly there are like different measurements and different metrics for like what a fan base is, you know. It's like you guys have heard a million times about like the Instagram models who do like meet and greets and nobody shows up, right? It's like it's all smoke and mirrors. The whole like how many viewers you get, how much popularity you think you have, you know. It's all about your active subscribers who are like paying to keep you going, and who shows up in person. Those are the only two metrics that actually mean anything. Everything else is just smoke and mirrors. Yeah, the YouTube crowd just literally only cares about like what the current thing is. Yeah.
Looks like the robot's left itself vulnerable. Yikes.
I mean, I hope that Twitch goes into like an adpocalypse, so that way like all these clout chasers leave the platform. That'd be awesome. All the clout chasers who rely on like spamming 13 ads at once to get you to like make their content monetizable. This is good news for me, because like as long as Twitch is still around, like I don't run ads on my platform. I don't fucking care. Starting YouTube now is difficult. I'm sorry, you can't convince me of that when people are literally like scooping ice cream with a camera on their head and getting millions of followers on YouTube. I can't. It's never been easier to get a following on like YouTube and TikTok. Twitch has always been hard. It's never been easy to build a following on Twitch, because you have to actually be a real human being and have people give enough of a fuck about you to watch your stream. It's not difficult to get the numbers on YouTube now, but like nobody's gonna fucking show up for you. Yeah, Twitch is a much better representation of like who actually wants to watch you, and who your real fans are. Viewership on YouTube is not going to tell you how people feel about you, but on Twitch it's a much better indicator of where you stand with your fans. Long-term viewership. No, I won't. I genuinely have no interest in GTA. It's not my kind of game.
Did you? Did you?
I wouldn't say it's a random question.
Did you?
A lot of people were talking about the game.
Did you? Did you?
Yeah, I just don't really care about anybody else's doing. I never have, never will.
Did you?
I think that swaying public opinion is fun, but
Did you?
I don't make decisions based on what other people are doing or what people think I should be doing. I've never done that.
Did you? Did you? Did you? Did you? Did you?
Yeah, I should not be talking as much as I am. Yeah, we were talking about that and like
Did you?
why it took so long for somebody to like do that and why the way that he did it was so impressive and like what the next step is for the game. Like, are people still gonna be playing it like 5 years from now, so forth. Yeah, that kind of stuff.
Did you?
Yeah, we've been talking about a lot of different things, but yeah, that came up at some point, yeah. Which is like, there are so many games that like have come to that point where like if it weren't for the guy who's clearly better than everybody else playing, the game's just fucking dead. And what happens when that guy stops playing? They just wait for something to get found and the game dies. I think that Mario 64 needs to die for a little bit so people actually gain a palate and look at other games and take interest in new things instead of just like being stuck in their bubble. I think that's like what Suigi has done with that game is going to impact the rest of the speedrunning community indirectly over the next couple of years.
Did you?
Unless, you know, somebody starts taking his records, but yeah. I don't think anybody's motivated to do that. Which is a good thing for the speedrunning community. Because that game needs to sit in the backseat for a little bit, in my opinion. The past couple of years, so many people have been dropping their main games to play that one because, like, it's what all people watch now is just Mario, 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 so... Yeah. Well, it's gonna be the next Mario game. The Switch 2 is gonna have another Mario game. A lot of guys who probably took this or that game seriously, I mean, are gonna play that game. Most likely. Yeah, because OOT died because of like Ace and like community stuff, yeah. Yeah, maybe if 64 dies down, people will take interest in other games. That'd be cool. I'm telling you, man, all according to plan. All according to plan. Yeah, but now it's like really dead though. Outside of like ZFG doing like randomizers and stuff, like. Shoutouts to Glitchy though, like Glitchy's still trying. I respect that. Glitchy's still trying to go, you know. Yeah, that community was like really going through it during COVID, definitely. You think that ZFG doing rando like took people's attention away from like speedrunning the game? Wouldn't that get more people interested in playing or like?
Did you
I've never heard that take. It's interesting.
Did you
Yeah, because like SM64 takes up all the airspace and like it kind of like
Did you
it doesn't help that the viewers have this elitist attitude about it where like no other game matters to them. I mean, you already have people saying that Suiji's is the greatest speedrunner of all time because he's the greatest player of that game, so like it's kind of like admitting that you don't think any other game matters except for that one when you say stuff like that. So I think that's just like indicative of like the mentality.
Did you
Like they need to have their bubble burst a little bit. They gotta like try other games and like watch different games and like see like the different skill sets that are required to run these different games. In random games, I mean that works for games that nobody plays, but like if you put that on a game like this, you'd just be giving me free money. It doesn't work with games like this that are, again, competitive but not popular to watch. But yeah, I mean, I think what Moist was doing was getting people to like look at speedrunning outside the lens of like the way that like these like big YouTubers talk about it, where it's just the one game or like the two games, you know,
Did you
and they're all Mario games. I think that what Moist was doing was really good, yeah. It's like $10,000 to the person who gets the world record in Battle for Bikini Bottom. Okay, thanks.
Did you
Thanks for my 10 grand. Like, that's like basically how it would go for every fucking game like this. Yeah, I think that if Mario dies down, people are going to be forced to like look at other games like this and Metroid Prime and take another look at Sunshine again. Yeah, there are, even like the Zeldas can come back into style, you know.
Did you
Yeah, just not enough people, plenty of people playing these games, but not enough people watching them,
Did you
getting excited about them. Yeah, just like why wait? Just give me the money.
Did you
Yeah, well, that's
Did you
the point is that it gets people into the hobby and aware of what speedrunning is. That's the whole point of it. Yeah, because yeah, the whole point is like
Did you
people just do whatever their leader tells them to do. That's just how it goes.
Did you
But Mario 64 is a weird one because the fan base around that game is just a hive mind. Like, there's no like clear leader who's like encouraging people to play the game. It's just a big hive mind, you know. I guess you could say that the leaders are like the people who are uploading content on the game and like encouraging people to pay attention to it. Maybe that's what the dynamic is really. But what's gonna happen when like Simply and Cheese don't have records to react to anymore? They're gonna have to play a different game, you know? It is what it is. Or they're gonna have to start getting records for themselves, which is like, I think that Cheese is in a position where like his fan base would support it and he'd do well off of it, but I don't think that Simply would be able to do that at this point. Simply and Liam seem to have like variety roots now. They can't really like abandon, just like grind these games. And if they, they'd have to want to get the record more than they want to grow their stream, which is like, I don't know, man. Like, there's an old saying that goes, you know, you can never walk too far from home, but once you're out, you can't come back, you know. Like, once you've opened that door to like going for popularity and shit, like, it's very hard to walk back, you know. You can go as far as you want, but you can't come back home. That's, I don't know about that with Cheese. Cheese, I don't know if you were around for these days, but Cheese used to say that Sunshine's like a really bad speedrun because of the hovering, like being a crutch, but which is like, anybody who says that is like somebody who doesn't understand how the game's mechanics work. Like, it's not Mario 64 with a hover nozzle, you know? They're two entirely different games with entirely different tech. Yeah, that was always a silly take, but like, I guess he's come around to it, and he's like, you know... I think that Cheese says that because, like, when he was growing up, those are his favorite games when he was spending. I mean, he said that he would play this game too, for example. Like, I think he just like throws around like different games that he likes to play. I don't know, like what he'd really be doing if he weren't doing Mario. But he'll probably run the next Mario game that comes out, I imagine. Anybody who calls that game Hover to Win has no idea what they're talking about. Like, maybe at a beginner level you can like hover to like save yourself, but when you're actually good at the game, that's not how the game goes, you know? Sunshine. Yeah, people are just like, they're just very dumb when it comes to that stuff, because like, they're just projecting Mario 64 onto every game they see. Like, they see me collect the spatula and SpongeBob do a little dance, and they're like, it's just like 64. Would you say it's the same game, but with SpongeBob? And in Cheese's credit, he's talked about the same issues, that everybody just, like, tries to make every game like Mario 64. Like, they just watch all these different games, and they just try to, like, project what they know about the one game onto whatever game. Yeah, it's just annoying. Even the people who run that game are annoyed by that. I think that Cheese said that his second pick would have been OOT. Back in the day, at least, because he said that, like, he wanted to get into OOT, but Mario looked easier to get into, so he picked that game instead. I mean, if anything, this game is like Donkey Kong 64, not like Mario. It's more similar to Donkey Kong than it is to Mario. Well, that's what I mean, is like, they're just like the summoning bros, pilled people who are just like, they see a world record history video, and like, the games people talk about is Mario, and so like, everything is Mario, and they can't get out of that frame of reference. Yeah, Mario 64 is like, it's always been kind of a hive mind where like people will always watch content on that game, so. I don't know, like, I felt for a while that like the records in that game weren't that optimized, and that like it was waiting for somebody to come along and actually like grind out single stars and put them together in one run, and like, now that it's actually happening, I think the people who are just getting into it because it was popular, like they want like the clout associated with like being good at it, you're gonna see way fewer of those people getting into it if the game dies down for a little bit. Yeah, it was a matter of time until somebody actually took the time to do it, exactly. And how you make the community survive after that's already been done is like, you know, totally. You gotta put a lot of effort into that, man. I mean, it's possible though. This game became one of the most popular speedruns in like the pre-2020s era without having any record competition. It's possible, but it takes a lot of fucking work. You gotta have people who are motivated to play even when they know they can't get the record. And a lot of strat hunters, and like a guy who's like always streaming the game. You know, stuff like that is like the only way you can really make that work. Yeah, 16 stars like Minecraft RSG. It's like, you can just pick it up and play it. I mean, like, why do all the clout chasers who want to put speedrunning in the titles of their videos pick 16 star? Like, why not 70, you know? It's clearly because, you know, it's that accessible, you know? $70 is hard compared to 16, definitely. I just think that what you're seeing with Swede right now is like, you have somebody who's not like affected by the rhetoric of like, oh yeah, if you run 16 star, you can't run this or that, and like if you run 70 and 120, then then like 16 star isn't even a real category and you shouldn't even run it at all. Like, that narrative is just being broken down, because that was the narrative forever, is that like if you're like a 70 star runner, then like 16 stars below you and you shouldn't run it. Like, I'm sure that like Cheese and Punkation could have gotten 5 out of 5 in their respective eras if they actually like cared about those runs, but now it's like you have a guy who's like, he's not listening to all this shit. Like, he doesn't care if people are saying like this category's stupid or that one's stupid, you know? Like, he's just running everything. And as it turns out, it's a pretty popular opinion. Like, a lot of people wanted to see the 5 out of 5, so it turns out the public cared more about that than the runners let on, because a lot of it was just like an elitist attitude projecting down from the guys who were running the game. It's not how the audience actually felt. Yeah, credit where credit was due. Ouija was the first guy to really like get good at a short category and a long category. He kind of opened the door for Ouija to come in and like optimize all of it. Yeah. Definitely. I mean, me personally, like, I definitely fall into the category of not giving a fuck about things that are kind of made up. But if it were me, I'd be saying that 0 and 120 are the only legitimate categories. Like, that's the way that I would be if I were playing the game, because I only care about any percent, 100%. So I just think that deciding that 120 and 70 are the only categories that matter is extremely arbitrary. And it was only a matter of time, you know. Yeah, I mean, he puts the work in, man. He understands delayed gratification. And he also has the ability to take that route too, you know. Like, you either have to be a full-time streamer who's like financially set, or like young and able to put the time in. Like, those are really your only two options if you're gonna like do something like that, you know. Like, credit to like Cheese and those guys. Like, if they didn't do runs for a full year, they wouldn't still have streams, you know. And a lot of those guys rely on those streams to actually like make a living. So after Suigi does this, I mean, it's gonna be like a matter of who has a stream, who can afford to grind like that and not lose their audience, and who's young enough to be able to like do that without any like responsibilities of like a job or anything like that. That's where speedrunning is now, man. It's like you need to have built the stream for yourself, or you need to be young enough to be able to do this shit. That's where it is now. And this is one of the things that I foresaw in 2016 when I first started. I'm like I'm getting to the point where I'm going to like, I have two choices. Like, either I'm going to be like working a full-time job, like employment, or I'm going to be self-employed doing this. And like, obviously if I'm self-employed speedrunning and like I never burn out of it, then like that's the only way I can take the game to where I want to take it. So I have to succeed, you know, like I have to make it as a streamer, otherwise I can't keep playing like this. And like, that's the mentality you have to have when you're like no longer in your late teens, early 20s. Like, you have to make it, otherwise you can't play anymore. And then once you do make it and you see how that feels, you gotta like be able to avoid the temptations of like going off and chasing clout, you know, or you're just gonna stop playing anyway. Like, if the end goal is to dedicate your 20s to like being good at a run, there are so many pitfalls that go along the way to like to have somebody arrive at the point where they have been playing the same game for like 7+ years. That's why it's so rare. You hardly see people like that who have been playing the same game for that long at a competitive level, because it doesn't pay the bills. No, I'm dissing people like Ludwig, who like clearly like speedrunning was a popular search term, so he's like, oh, what can I run that's like easy enough for me to do, like as a side piece to like say that I'm involved in the community. 16 star, like, obviously, you know what I mean. That's the kind of attitude that I'm dissing, where it's like of course you picked that, you know. Like, you don't have any, like, real taste. You're just picking up the game that everybody else plays in the category it's the easiest to pick up.
Bubble, bubble, bubble.
I have a lot more respect for people like Easy Speezy who, like, they have an audience and they can do whatever they want, but they pick a diverse group of games, and clearly they have taste in the hobby. And like Moist, who, like, he watches all different games and he does his challenges for games that nobody plays and so forth. Like, those are guys who make content surrounding speedrunning occasionally who actually do care about the hobby and they're not just chasing clout. Yeah, I mean, you already know how I feel about that guy. I don't have to say anything more, but yeah, I think speedrunning needs to go into an era where it's like a niche thing again and build itself back up with like new leadership and new direction. I think that we're ready for it. And Suiji doing this to 64 is like probably the first step of taking in that direction where things are gonna die down a little bit and have a chance to like regrow. And you know, all these people overnight are just like suddenly gonna become fans of Mario 64 because of that 5 out of 5, you know. It's a weird spot to be in for him too, because like there's also that streamer awards thing, which is just fucking like turning speedrunning and like gaming and Twitch in general from like a hobby-based thing to like a clout chase-based thing. Which, like, the whole concept of like having like an awards ceremony for shit like that, where you're just picking your fucking favorites in your little like elite group, is already cringe to begin with. But now it's just like further like pushing speedrunning into that whole like clout chasing like ecosystem that those guys are part of. It's just like I just hate it, man. We gotta go back to the way things were. I mean, like, what they're doing with that shit is like basically what Mr. Beast is doing with YouTube. Like, you're just taking a small community on the internet that's based around playing games and turning it into cable TV. Just like getting your like elite friends to run everything and control everything. Yeah, it's every level is it's all cringe exactly. Like I get like I get Suiji's like current fixation with like trying to be nominated and like winning that shit because like he's younger and he doesn't like, I feel like he doesn't like really see like the root of where that's coming from. Like it's literally just Ludwig and his girlfriend trying to like take control of streaming and like turn it into like this like elite club basically, just like traditional like legacy media is, where it's like the same like few people who run the show and have the opinions and everybody just like gets projected onto with it, you know. It's the same thing like these like the Oscars, like you said, like just like elite panel decides what you think, shit like that. I think that Suij needs to lose it just to like prove a point. Like if that guy loses it, then it's like it just goes to show how little merit it has. Like Earth will heal if Suij doesn't win it basically. Because like obviously like if anybody deserves it, like best speedrunner, it's obviously him for 2024, right? Like no doubt about it. And if he still loses it, then that just is gonna beg the question, like there already is controversy about that shit. There already is controversy about that whole streamer awards thing. I think that Suij not winning that would be the nice little kick in the ass to get people to stop caring about fucking bullshit like that. Like, it would just lose so much credibility that it would just be perfect, basically. If somebody who's just more popular than Suij as a streamer has, like, a more dedicated fan base, just, like, pushes them over the finish line. It's like how Undertale beat Melee as, like, best game in, like, 2015 or some shit, when that was, like, the best year for Melee was 2015. Same thing, just, like, popularity contest exactly. Popularity contest nominated by people who are in their little corners of elitism where they only pay attention to like 3 different communities and they nominate people based on that. It's like, who are these people that they're picking, you know? And like, what gives these people the right to choose who the best speedrunner is? Yeah, but Small Ant's a gangsta though. He's like, I know that like I was chosen to win this, but there are a lot of speedrunners out there who are way better than me at what they do. and you should watch those guys as well. He was based about it. He didn't just like take it and just like run with it, you know. Like he's OG. He definitely like made the decision to like go more content, but he was a big community guy, like community-oriented guy with Odyssey before that community like burned bridges with him, and I don't know. He understands. Like he's not like a fucking. I don't view Small Ant in the same lens that I view people like Ludwig and you know like Ludwig's friends. like Small Ant is popular, but I think he gets it deep down. Like he's not a cloud chaser, you know. He understands. Yeah, I don't really understand, like, I don't get the Small Ant hate. I don't get it, personally. Yeah, I mean, I've heard of Squeaks. I don't really know much about him. I know he's, like, popular and all that, but yeah, I don't know, like, what his fans think of him. I don't know, like, how people are feeling about him, like, getting bigger and all that. I mean, that's the thing, man, is, like, I think that most people just, like, look at, like, Twitch as, like, bigger number, better person, where, like, I think the sacrifice of like turning all that shit away and sticking true to your fan base pays off bigger in the long term. And like if you want proof of that, just look no further than Movie Madness, man. Like I could have done the same thing when Rehydrated came out and I was averaging thousands of viewers. We could have had so much fun just playing a new game every other week, you know. But I think that the consequence of abandoning that audience is like the people who were like probably worried that I was gonna go off and do that. They stuck around and they supported that subathon that I did, and that's what got me set up. Like if it weren't for that, then like I mean, like I tell you what, I wouldn't have as much money as I do right now. I don't think. I'd probably have more viewers and I'd be more popular and like liked by people, but I'd rather be controversial for speedrunning the game that I started streaming with. Which is really all the hate is about, is that I'd still speedrun this game, whereas like if I were playing any other game, they wouldn't say that I'm still speedrunning it. They'd be like, he's so dedicated. It's not speedrunning awards though. It's like clout chasers awarding speedrunners that they are like aware of in their little like fucking ivory tower. Like they're like the CNN of streaming. It's like whatever is like relevant to them is like what they're gonna talk about and how they choose to talk about it. I mean, like they're all like, to them speedrunning is just like Mario 64 and whoever is like averaging viewers. It's not about like who's actually like speedrunning the games, you know. Even Pace could have done a better job at picking the attendees of their event. They should have gotten like Tyron. They should have at least tried to get like Inkstar, you know. I know Ink is like, he's not able to travel that much, but like, I'm sure Tyron could have come. He came to Pace last time as well. So it's like, I don't know. If I know like it's easy to say this, but like, maybe someday when I'm old and crippled, I will do my own speedrunning events and like spend most of my time like actually trying to like understand all these games and like actually pull together like the Avengers of speedrunning and like do some shit like that, or like the best, like the true like most dedicated and skilled players are all like part of the same, you know, event. It'd be pretty dope. No, that's definitely not. I have a lot of thoughts on that. How could it have been when most of the speedrunners who are actually grinding their games are going to Pace the same fucking weekend he organized it? He literally booked that over Pace. It's ridiculous. The concept of like pulling the best, like that's just him saying, yeah, exactly, man. Bingo. That guy just wants control, dude. He's such a fucking slimy snake. Like, you know that he's smart enough to like see what he's doing when he does something like that. Absolutely is a calculated move. Like maybe he thinks in his head like I'm pulling together the 50 best speedrunners, but like he's not actually putting in the effort to figure out who the best 50 speedrunners are. He's just fucking taking people's word for it on Twitter, which is like, I tell you, a lot of communities are not active on Twitter, you know. Especially now, a lot of people are leaving that website too. That whole thing felt lazy and thrown together like last second just because he felt like, oh, I want to do a speedrunning event. No, it needs to be somebody who's actively on the ground and like has a passion for it and you know, that sort of shit. Yeah, he came in my chat and tried to like encourage me to show my revenue on stream as if he tried to gaslight me into thinking that he deserved to see it when the subathon had been going on for like 60 days at that point and nobody in the chat who was like actually my fan was asking to see that, right? Nobody wanted to know, nobody cared how much money I was making. At the end of the day, I was going to look at it and tell people once the marathon was over, just because I didn't want to think about the money while I was doing it, because the idea is like, if you're making a good show, you don't have to think about the money. The money's not a factor. If you're making a good show, you're just going to keep making it. So just like do your job, stop thinking about the money, don't let it get to your head, don't think about it, and just stream. Be a streamer, right? That's what I was trying to explain. But he was just trying to gaslight me into thinking like, oh yeah, well I did this for my viewers. I made a video once a week showing people how much money I was making, which like, you could just, to one that might look like transparency, but to the other you're just humble bragging. You're just flexing on your viewers and how much money you're making. And trying to get that clickbait. It's like, I'm making more money than whatever. Look at how much money I made. I'm not gonna like criticize him outright for doing that, because like, you know, his word against mine, but like, imagine if you go to my channel and you see that every fucking week I'm uploading, like, guys, look at how much money I made in my subathon. That'd just be so off-brand for the kind of stuff that I stream, you know? It's like, who is this guy? I don't even know who this is anymore. And then a year, no, not, 2 years, I guess a year and a half later it was, I'm like, hey, like, first off, he reached out to me, asking about something going on with Twitch. Like, he reached out to me, and I'm like, you know, like, why is this guy, like, he's reaching out to me on Twitter, like, he knows where to find me, he used to be following me before this whole subathon thing went down. He fucking unfollowed me because he just acts like a little girl on social media with the fucking reply guying and shit, like unfollowing people based on who's popular. He's like, I'm like, hey, you know, like you're reaching out to me on here, like why couldn't you have just done this when my subathon was going on and you came into my chat to grandstand me? And he's like, yeah, like maybe I should have handled it better, but I was just trying to figure out what's going on, like genuinely. It's like he apologized for it, but he left out the crucial detail where he came into my chat and said, literally, this is going too far. He literally came in this chat, if you were here, you remember it when he said, this is going too far. How much money are you making? Blah, 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 blah. So maybe he just doesn't remember, he's just fucking gaslighting, I don't know what it is, but he still maintains to this day that I wasn't being transparent enough with my subathon. That like I owe him some kind of explanation or some kind of like fucking like accountant sheet to like show him whatever the fuck he thinks I'm hiding from him. Like he's like the moral authority. I just fucking hope he gets canceled, man. I can't wait for his audience to actually like see what kind of a person he actually is. I think it's already kind of happening with the whole like Hassan drama. That guy's like quite literally ruining this website as we speak. I just can't wait. Like, if I drank alcohol, I'd totally do the Dave Portnoy thing where I got a bottle of wine with his name on it. As soon as he fucks up, I'm just gonna pop that shit. That's what I would do. I think that this website and YouTube would be a better place to have people like him. It's not so much the fact that like he sucks as a person. The fact that people like him can even exist and be popular and control what people think about video games is just like we need to be free from this shit. He thinks he owns subathons, he thinks he owns everything, he thinks he owns streaming with his fucking streamer awards. Eventually, man. Like, when you go too far from your roots, that's the kind of shit that happens, dude. If he just stuck with, like, the commentary, with the Smash community, and, like, stuck within that circle and, like, kept that community built up, I think it's glaring that, like, the Smash community is not doing so great right now, and even Mango recognizes, like, I gotta keep it all in Smash, I gotta host people who are playing the game, and, like, keep people around the hobby. You know, like even he and all the other top players recognize like the game's not getting that much attention right now. So, also what's up by the way if I didn't say that. The fact that like Ludwig is like the guy, he's like the guy who blew up off of that shit. Like take for example like Simply. What did Simply do the second he became popular on Twitch and started getting in bed with like Mizkif and all these guys, right? He got them to speedrun. He got them to get into these games and took the initiative to like continue growing his game. And even still, like Simply is still like uploading videos on Mario 64. He's still speedrunning the game, you know? He never abandoned that community. And like, yeah, there might be like something to say about like what happens now that Suij like took all the records and like nobody wants to compete is like rapidly approaching, right? That phase of the game is rapidly approaching. Simply always stayed true to what he likes, and he's always come back to his stuff. He's always been very transparent about how he's feeling too. Like he went on Dr. K and talked about his feelings about like burnout and shit like that. I've talked to him one-on-one about these things too. Like he is somebody who genuinely loves the hobby and wants to keep it going. But like, I gotta just ask, like what's going on with the Smash community when like their guy is just like not around, like doing anything for them, you know? Like you would think that like he'd be around, like that's like a red alert. Like if something happened with Smash, like he'd be on that shit, like funneling people into it. This like frame one, you know what I mean? Like it's just clearly not about that. It was always a springboard, you know. And again, like we can all have our opinions about what people choose to do with their attention and their fame and whatnot, but like I'm just gonna say, just based on like longevity purposes, I think that the people who abandon their core audience to do stuff like that, they can only last so long before they gotta come back down to earth, and then when they come back down to earth, their core audience won't be there anymore, you know? I don't want to touch the hack stuff, I don't know enough about that. Like, these are both guys that I've had positive interactions with, you know? iDubbbz is weird, because like he seems like he's still having fun with what he's doing. But like, yeah, he's somebody who grew his audience off of being like the big mean like content cop, you know? And it's like, as soon as you like, because I didn't even know about him before he did all that stuff. Again, like I'm gonna quote it again, man. It's such a good quote. It's like you can go once you leave home, you can go as far as you want, but you can't come back home. Like once you start walking, you gotta keep walking, because once you come back, like nobody's gonna be home. You know what I mean? It's just like, I don't know what compelled me to stick with this all these years. It's probably just like a series of things that like one thing leads to another, but I don't know, like I've reached the point with speedrunning where like I think the only way to keep this hobby going is to like make it appealing to people who are our age, who are looking for more than just like you're good at a game, you're entertaining on stream. Like you got to be getting something out of it that's like gonna like impact you as a person, and like that's like what I want to do with the documentaries I make on this game in a year and a half. I'm sure like most of you guys have seen my update video. I really want to go into that, like what it's like being on both sides of it, where like you can literally start your stream and 1,000 people are here within like 10 minutes, and like what drives a person to like keep going after you've experienced that, and like what you think is on the other side and how it like really plays out, and like how people treat you when you like go up and down in terms of like popularity, and like sticking to your roots versus like just springboarding and stuff like that. Like this is a perspective that like I have that I think a lot of people don't have, is like I've literally been on both sides of it, and at the same time like I've been on both sides of it with the game that I like this was not the game to like reach that point with when I first started playing it. Nobody knew what this was, and like I was still able to experience that, and like it's just a unique story that like even if I'm off base and like I don't know what I'm talking about, and like my opinion has changed 10 years from now, like it's still a unique thought experiment that like is unique to just like me. Like I'm the only one who can really have like that kind of a take on this whole thing, where it's like, you know, I really did have the choice to do that shit if I wanted to. But like what compels somebody to like not do that, you know? Or like do it and then come back and like can you come back though? Like is it possible to like ride that high and come back and like just do this business as usual? That's not what I'm trying to say. I'm not trying to talk about like integrity or anything like that. I mean like with the subathon even, like I experienced that with the subathon, where like you're just getting showered with money and everybody's talking about you for 80 straight days, and like you come back to it and you're just like what the fuck do I do? Like I'm not being validated by other people anymore. Like I'm here doing this for me, and it's like you have to like relearn how to do things for yourself. And like ultimately, like I think that we're on the other side of it now. Like I'm walking my path, I don't have any regrets. But there was definitely a period a couple of years ago I really was like miserable trying to like it's like a recovering addict basically. Like you're just addicted to all this shit, like the money and the fame and all that. And then you come back from it and it's like, what the fuck do I do? Like how do I motivate myself to play this game? And it's the same thing with Rehydrated, like going from averaging 2,000 plus viewers every single stream, everybody talking about you, like being in like fucking Walmart magazine for something that was just like, you picked it up because you thought it was a cool game, like 4 years prior. Things just happened so quickly, and I had no time to like get my feet like grounded in reality, basically. And then when it all kind of like dropped off after Rehydrated, like I went through all these fucking like, these like mental problems of just like how do I deal with this? How do I deal with like knowing that it's never gonna get bigger than that, you know? It's never gonna get bigger than like averaging thousands of people in a stream that like, you're not doing it because it's a popular thing. It's just like the thing that you're doing that you enjoy also happens to be the most popular thing. And not a lot of people get to say that they experienced that, man. Like most people who stream like and they get that big, most of the time they're like just riding a wave of something that like they know is like the wave to ride at the time. It's not like their true passion, right? I was one of the few people fortunate enough to be able to like be on the wave for the thing that like not only is the thing that I wanted to do, but also the wave that I started. And then like just sticking with that. Like, nobody knew which direction I was gonna go, you know? And that's why I got all these fucking haters now who say, like, he could have been this and that, and he still plays the same game. Like, I was never streaming for you. I was never doing this to impress you. You just happened to be part of the wave when, like, the thing that I do was the thing to do. You know? And I'd be a fucking good variety Andy, too. I could be a fucking god tier variety Andy. I think I've like, proven that. Like, the whole thing with Movie Madness was just to, like, I'm not doing this shit for, like, the clout. I'm just doing it to prove to you that, like, I could do this if I wanted to, but, like, doing that inherently increases the value of what I'm doing. Was what I was, like, thinking in my head is, like, by being able to show that, like, I can do this with whatever SpongeBob game that I want, and then after the SpongeBob's out of the equation, I can do this with whatever game I want. And then after that's out of the equation, it's like I can do whatever I want with whatever game I want and still be successful. Throughout those 80 days, that was like what was going through my head, was just proving a point to people. And then even then, I still get hate, and I'm like, did I not just prove that, like, it's not the SpongeBob, it's not what I'm doing with the games. I could do it with any game, any challenge, or lack thereof, and I'm still doing great. Better than I do doing this. The whole point was just to get people to think critically and be like, there must be something really special about this game that he's still playing after 9 years for him to still be doing it. And it just went over people's heads. Like, people just don't even people just don't think. They don't think about these things. And then, like, I'm telling you, when these videos come out, like a year and a half from now, and I'm talking and reflecting on all these things and, like, why I did the things I did and the choices that I made throughout the years, and just one big timeline of, like, 10 hours of just jam-packed fucking shit, people are gonna then be like, oh, I get it now. This is why he did all of it. This is the point he was trying to prove. This is what he was thinking the whole time. And now I kind of wish that I was a part of it. But now it's over, and you can't be part of it because it's over. And it's like, fuck it. Like, this is what needs to be done so people, like learn. And the next time somebody's doing this with a game, they think twice and think, like, you know, maybe there's actually substance to it. And they're not just doing it for clout. Or, like, whatever reason have you, you know. Or maybe the next time somebody picks up the next battle for Bikini Bottom and does the same thing, they actually get the appreciation they deserved when they were actually doing it, not after the fact. That's all I'm trying to prove. Because I'm cooked at this point. Like, my reputation's in the dirt. I can't do anything about it. The game's old. I'm old. I'm not relatable anymore. All I can really do is just tell people what was happening, you know? Just make my story count for something, push the conversation forward, keep speedrunning around a little bit longer. At least I have money. I could be broke. Things could be worse. There are definitely worse things than being recognized after the fact, that's for sure. The fact that I was even recognized in the first place is cool. I mean, maybe if Ludwig gets cancelled, like, maybe that's a sign that things are turning for the better, but that's not gonna work, but yeah. At least I could be like, hey, you know, this guy who fucking tried to ruin my reputation finally got what he deserved, and this is the kind of person he really is. That's still just one fucking piece of it at this point. I think we all just want to be on the right side of history. I will say though, the people who actually speedrun do have a lot of respect for what I do with the game and the community and all that. It's just like outside the community, people are just like really... they have no idea what's going on inside my head. We'll see. I shouldn't have to justify playing this, man. I don't owe anybody any fucking explanation. Well, there needs to be a full paradigm shift of, like, who's controlling the stream media and who's, like, directing these conversations and what they're focusing on and whatnot. It just seems like these days there are a lot of people who rode Moist's coattails and got big off of being associated with him, and now they just fucking talk louder than Moist, so they just have all the attention. When Moist was the sole voice of reason on these websites, it wasn't like this, I'm telling you. Now even Moist is like backing away from certain things because like it's gotten so bad, you know? Like the whole Sneeko thing. Like, I think even he's realizing like how dirty people play on these websites and like the lengths people will go just to get like 2 seconds of attention. Like I'd be burned out of doing like podcasting and shit like that if I were him too. It makes sense why he would dial it back. Yeah, there just needs to be a big change. Probably gradual, but I think that Suigi kind of like exposing the potential left in Mario 64 and kind of exposing the mentality that like if you run short categories you can't run long ones, and these categories are legit and these aren't. Like I think just like him kind of like running a train on that game and exposing the kind of like elite mentality that people have surrounding it is going to do a lot of good for speedrunning long term. Especially if people are forced to like play different games because they can't chase world records anymore. It's going to cause people to expand their horizons and take interest in other stuff, you know? Yeah, I'm just a big fucking hater, but like, I wasn't always like this, man. I have a reason for the hate. I have good reasons for it. I think Swede is the first person I've seen play that game who actually wants to optimize it and isn't just in it for like saying they have the record or like the viewership and whatnot. I don't hate Cheese, I don't hate Punkation, I don't hate any of these guys, but I think that a lot of their motivation came from like how much validation you get from doing it versus like somebody like Swede who's just like he'll grind practice for a year. It doesn't matter how long it takes, you know. I think that's the reason why a lot of these older guys are having motivation issues, because like you get so used to, it's the same thing that I went through, like you get so used to being validated by people that like when like the effort that it takes to reach that validation is like too high now to the point where like it may not even happen. Like getting like a 134 and 120 star, like the amount of effort it takes to do that is going to be like way higher than like what it takes to just like, you know, get the validation through like reacting to it or like making other content and so forth. Like, if you really want to get good at that game now, you got to be doing it for reasons other than like the crowd's validation. And it doesn't make you a bad person for like feeding into that. It's addictive, man. Like I've been there myself, but you can even argue that what I'm doing with this game is not a smart move, because like, you know, like what if I picked up a game that people actually still watch, you know? You could argue that'd be a better use of my time, sure. It's just a difference in like what your perspective is, I guess, like what side you're on. Like if your sole goal is to get better at a game and you're basically like crowdfunding your validation through like how many people are watching your stream and whatnot, it only lasts for so long. You can even be the best player of a game and you still can't crowdsource the validation if people are bored of watching your resets. You gotta figure something else out, you know? You gotta get that from within. That's the only way. If your sole goal in life is to get better at your game, like the wells will run dry as far as that like crowdsourced validation goes. Wait, what are you talking about with Moist? How did Clint Stevens' career die? Like he couldn't like PB anymore? Like he couldn't like... From an outsider's perspective, as somebody who watched Clint a fair bit, I think the reason why he burned out of speedrunning is because he realized that he couldn't like maintain his numbers and focus on the game at the same time. He couldn't improve anymore because he had to focus on his stream. So like, That's exactly what I've been talking about, man. Is like speedrunning is doomed to fail because it is a catch-22. Like these games reach the point where the effort to improve in them is so high that you can't focus on anything but that. And the lie that we tell ourselves that people care about these games so much that they're going to build us careers is like only good enough to get you notice. And then everything else past that is just the burden of having to continue playing if you care about it enough to continue playing. And some games have been able to last long enough, like 64, where like that curtain hasn't been peeled back for a very long time, until now at least. Like now that the curtain is fully back, it's like, where do we go from here? Like who's actually going to stick around? Are these runners going to even be like popular streamers now that like that's all that you can do is like be a tryhard and like improve the game's record? I mean, they're just in for a rude awakening when they find out that, like, 1, Mario 64 is not the hardest speedrun of all time, and 2, it is not the most optimized speedrun of all time. Because if it had been either of those things, it would have stopped being popular years ago. Can it get there? Possibly. But it's a matter of who's willing to play it at this point. Because the era of, like early Mario 64, where anybody can just, like, play the game, and, like, with enough time and effort, like... Yeah, like now it's gonna take years, and you gotta start young, basically. You gotta either have a stream, like be set for life and have a stream, or be young. Those are the two ways you can realistically get that good at the game at this point. You gotta have your ducks in a row as an adult, or you gotta be young enough to like have the absence of responsibility to like fill it with speedrunning. That's like the only way you can really get that good at this point. And every game will reach that point. So that's the reason why I think that speedrunning is reaching the point of like we talked about, singularity, where like it's not going to be a matter of like who the best speedrunner is at the most popular games 10 years from now. It's going to be a matter of who's still speedrunning, which games are being speedrun, and then like those people who are still improving the games that are still speedrun will be recognized as like the greatest speedrunners of all time. It's literally going to go back to like the OG days when it was like the same 3 people streaming speedruns, because like nobody else can compete. Like there will still probably be people running new games, but like there's going to be a clear difference of like the 20-plus-year-old games that are still being speedrun versus like the people who are playing the flavor of the month. Like old school speedrunning, there's going to be a very clear like group of people who are just elite versus like a general hobby where like people spend like 1,000 hours on a game and move on, basically. Those games are going to be like lined up, basically, as I'm trying to say. Yeah, I agree. Like I think that like carpetless being found, like the first like hard trick the game actually has, people just weren't willing to do it. And like I remember when that happened with this game, when lag clips were found and nobody wanted to play the game anymore. That was the first time that happened. Like me, for example, you know, one of the elite players, like me. People were going to take that out of context if they didn't see what Mike said. Yeah, what's up? Isn't it good that there are speedruns happening regardless of how high level? Well, I'm not saying it's a good or bad thing, I'm just saying it's the way it is. Like, 10 years from now, you're going to have people who are 15 plus years experience at these games where it's not feasible in a lifetime unless you, like, are smart enough to grow a stream and dedicated enough to stick with the game even after you get big. Like, a very narrow group of people are going to be able to compete against the few who are pushing games like this to, like, the absolute limit, where they've been playing for 15 plus years. And you're going to see, like, an emerging elite where the old games that are still played are being played by people who are just inhuman freaks. And nobody's going to be able to compete with that. So the majority of people who speedrun are going to be picking up newer games and playing them for shorter periods of time. Whereas you're going to have like an elite group of people who are just like playing these games, like some bands like Like there are like fucking musicians who play the same instrument for 50 years, right? It's gonna be like that. Like those games are just going to emerge at some point. Where it's like, how the fuck is this game still improving? And like whether this game is one of them, like only time can tell. But that's like why that's why I do what I do with this shit, man. Like I'm looking so long term. Like I say that I don't know what I'm gonna be doing in a few years from now, but like I know like long term that's gonna be the impact of speedrunning, and like the true like elite of this hobby is like they're people who are going to be so good that you have to literally dedicate the best years of your life to catching up to them, you know? You're gonna have to be a freak to be as good at these games as people will be like in the 2030s. And like whether or not, you know, this game will be one of those games that's talked about as one of the greatest speedruns of all time. If we stopped tomorrow, it wouldn't be. I think people really underestimate like how quickly people forget about things. One minute they're saying you're speedrunning the hardest game ever, the next minute they don't give a fuck about you anymore, you know? Once you're done, it can only go down from there. I mean, look at what they did to Armada in Smash. The way people talk about him now is like disgraceful. Like, psh, you know, like him compared to players now, like it's just so. I mean, like that's what you get when you retire. Like it sucks, but like it's a life sentence, man. These games are a life sentence. Once you stop, people are just gonna start talking shit, and then your legacy is just like it's only a matter of time, you know. Yeah, bfbb reached that point a while ago. You can play it for fun, but like realistically speaking, like it would take you like 5 years to get like anywhere like significant with the game, probably. Maybe not 5 years. Maybe it's a good like few years. I think 3 years minimum of like playing the game and like coming back and forth to it. I think that sub 50 is getting a lot more doable for people, but like 5 years ago when the record was a 49, like getting within like a few minutes of that versus getting within a few minutes of this now is a totally different ball game. And the game's also shorter too. So it's like a few minutes now versus a few minutes back then is like, there's a bigger window to get that now as a percentage of the run that we still actually play, but it's harder than it was when the game was 10 minutes slower. You think so? I don't know, I think people are just shallow, man. It's like how they talk shit about Jordan, you know? But like, Jordan literally can't come back to the game and they still do that shit. Like, you see it in sports where people literally can't do it. People don't understand that like age is a big impact as well. Like, I think that like the physicality of the age gap is a much smaller factor for video games, but the responsibilities are like not the greatest role model. But I think that Andrew Tate has actually talked about this a little bit, where it's like the requirement to stay that good at MMA or whatever, I think it was MMA, like the requirement of like focus and long-term dedication to be like that good at a sport or a hobby or whatnot. You take that same dedication and apply it to just like being like successful, like making money, and like look at how easy it is, you know? Like in reality, like the world is, like the reason why life is interesting is because there are thousands of people who have chosen to take the path of like focusing on their craft instead of like chasing the bag, you know? Like if everybody in the speedrunning community were focused on like running a business, like starting businesses, investing in stocks and day trading, like we'd all be fucking loaded, but at the same time, like the world would be so dystopian without stuff like this. I think that's, and like, you can never make too much money. You'll always get to the point, you'll never reach the point where it's enough, you know? Like, the amount of effort that it takes to do this shit literally gets to the point where like 99.9% of people, like, it's not worth it, and even if they wanna do it, they can't justify it. Like, if I had like 3 kids to take care of, like, I couldn't be doing this the way that I'm doing it now. At least I don't think I could. That's why you gotta respect Mango for being a father and a leader of the community and a streamer, and he's still winning tournaments. I think people really underestimate how difficult it is to like juggle all that shit. Like, it's hard enough being an adult and juggling this, you know? Just the mere like state of being an adult and playing a game like this is already hard enough. I don't know, that's just, those are my thoughts from somebody who speedruns a game made for kids. Because, you know, the other games are made for adults, this one's not though. That's what I mean, is like, that's exactly what I was thinking, is like 2019, excuse me, when I was 19 years old in 2016, I was just thinking about myself, like, am I going to be able to do this when I'm in my late 20s? The only feasible way is if I grow a stream surrounding the game and I never get burned out of it. Let's like, playing the hypothetical scenario of like, let's say I wanted to continue playing this game for 10 years. I have to build this stream so I can still play it when I'm an adult. Like, I like understand like the real world like is not going to be kind to me as I get older, you know? Like, I'm not going to be young and relatable anymore. I need to have already done these things to be able to continue doing them. And then once you do continue doing them, you have to be willing to continue, which, like, of course, like, as a 19-year-old, I'm like, that's easy. Like, I don't have any, like, signs of stopping, but, like, you hit walls and you, like, realize, like, you know, as you get older, your priorities change, and, like, how do I continue getting better at this game with all these responsibilities I have now, and the ones that I'm going to be taking on soon, like, how do I keep doing it, you know? Wouldn't you be considered to be in the same position? Sure, but like, I'm not talking about myself though. Like, what you guys decide I am is what you guys decide I am. All I can do is just like play the game. But I mean, like, I'm not a father. That's like a whole different thing. Like, being a father takes so much work. It's like, it's a degree of separation there that I can't relate to. Yeah, like, you need to either be like, you have 3 options. Like, you're somebody who's already achieved success and you're financially independent, you're a starving artist, or you're younger and you have the opportunity to spend the time playing these games. Those are the 3 people who are going to succeed in speedrunning in the next 10 years. There's a valid strategy to just getting your money up so you can just focus on speedrunning. I mean, that's what I fucking did with the subathon. That was the whole point of that, but people just seem to miss the point. Nobody ever gets the point, man. I gotta use the bathroom. What time is it? Oh, it's 6 a.m. Oh my god. I literally don't have time to do this. Fuck. Spent too much time practicing. Nah, I'm lightheaded anyway, and I got a lot of thoughts out that I can put on my notepad for how I'm gonna deal with the history videos, so that's good. Anyway. Streams like this always help me redial my focus anyway, so it's not like it's that big of a deal. Alright. He's not speedrunning right now, but I'm going to send you to somebody who speedruns, or at one point did, so yeah. See you guys soon. Thanks for watching. Yeah, I realized that like there are reasons beyond just practicing that I'm not getting this run right now, and I gotta, you know, take care of those. Been trying to sleep more. Been trying to like get my thoughts out more about where we're at as a community and where I'm at as a runner. I gotta do something to figure it out and like get into the mentality of beating this by another fucking minute. So see you guys soon. Thanks for watching. I'll be back tonight.